All right, here we go. Got a little background music playing this evening, late this evening. Let me plug the joint right quick. A woman withholding sex doesn't make her valuable. Again, a woman withholding sex doesn't make her valuable. Now, I already know off rip, there are going to be a lot of people that disagree, right? Just by looking at the title. You know what I'm saying? Both men and women, right? They're going to look at the title and they're going to feel some kind of way. They're going to feel a little triggered by the title. A woman withholding sex doesn't make her valuable. But we're going to get into it today, though. Right? We're going to get into it. And y'all know me. I got a particular story to illustrate my point. Now, some of you have heard the story. I'm not going to tell it right now. I'm waiting for some more people to get up in here. But I got a story. As I begin to kind of break down what I'm trying to get to with this particular title, when I tell you this story, it's going to make a little more sense, right? A woman withholding sex doesn't make her valuable. Let me shout out some individuals. Uncle Guns in the building. Appreciate you, fam. Appreciate you. Frank H. Dirty Mac. The Incomparable. Renee P. Thank you, baby girl, for showing up. Appreciate you. The moderators, June Sports, Akeem McCain. Who else we got up in here? 360 Leaky, Dan Frank. Oh, real quick. I'm not doing no phone calls. I want this to go as smoothly as possible, right? So until I can figure out why I keep having some of these issues I'm having, I don't want to introduce anything that's going to fuck up the flow of any live streams that I'm going to do by myself, right? So we will fix that in due time, but right now and in the meantime, we still going to talk about the shit that we need to talk about. So if you do have a question, right, I'm not going to be here that long. I'm not going to be here all night. So if you have a question, by all means, put a Q in the chat. If y'all notice, when I do live streams by myself, I typically get to the questions, whereas when we do like the Real Game No Theory joints, when we do the Manhoods and Skill Set joints, we always end up not answering a lot of the questions that are asked. Now, some of that is y'all waiting to the last minute, but other times it's just the nature of the show. You know what I'm saying? We got to end the joint and get the fuck off. So if you got a question, right now is the time to ask it before we get into this, right? Real quick, y'all, give me a second. Let me do something right quick. Who else? I know some people came up in here. J-Bone 93 was good. Dan Frank was good. Enrique Luna was good. SSGJ was good. Okay. So when I say a woman withholding sex doesn't make her valuable, first of all, we have to understand what value is. Now, let me just say this. What we perceive as value to us, it differs. It's subjective. Meaning, what Renee believes is valuable when it comes to dealing with a man may not necessarily be the same thing that another woman sees as valuable. What I see as valuable in dealing with a woman, another man might not see as value. But what's value? What's value? So we need to define that, right? Value has to do with how much something is worth, either in terms of cash or importance. As a verb, it means holding something in high regard. So when we talk about value, right, you can look at value from two distinct perspectives. One is how you personally feel about something. Now, peep where I'm going. How you personally feel about something. The other part of value is when you apply logic from a logical perspective. Why is this thing valuable to you? Like, right? So here, I'll use these. These sunglasses are valuable to me because I like them, right? I just like the way they look, right? That's it. I like the way they look. There's nothing more serious than that, right? This phone is more valuable to me. This phone is valuable to me, but it's more valuable to me than those sunglasses are, because from a logical perspective, I can do my banking on that phone. I conduct business on that phone. So I literally make money with this phone, literally, right? So from a logical perspective, this phone has value. I'm not even talking about how much the phone is worth or how much the phone costs. See, how much the phone is worth, that's the dollar amount that the company put on, right? It has value to me beyond the dollar amount because of what I can do with it, right? So when we talk about a woman withholding sex doesn't make her valuable, we first have to understand why we would even deem or attach value to a woman withholding sex or having sex early in the interaction. Again, guys, if you got questions, I see a question right there. Mikhail, I'll get to that in just a moment. Okay, I want to make sure I'm not missing nothing before I get into this. All right, so again, a woman withholding sex doesn't make her valuable. You know, let me see if I can find it. Let me see. I'm going to show y'all something. I hope I got it in this motherfucker. Let me see here. Oh, yeah, give me just a second. I'm going to see if I got it. If I got it, I can just show you and we can get straight to it. Hold on, real quick. Give me a second. Give me a motherfucking second. Is it right there? Okay, hold on, y'all. Is that it right there? Give me a moment. No, is that it? Okay, no, that ain't it. That's not it right there. Yeah, okay. All right, so I don't have it, but that's neither here nor there. Okay. The point I was gonna make is there was a comment that a guy left under a Facebook post addressing me. And he was trying to tell me, no call-in show. Not a call-in show today. Right? But if you got a question, Mike, put a Q in the chat followed by your question. Right? So he put a comment under the Facebook post and he basically told me, or he was trying to tell me rather, that a woman who has sex with you prior to you taking her out on 2 dates is not wife material. Okay, now let's think about that. In his estimation, a woman who has sex too soon is not wife material. So what he's basically saying is a woman only has value to him if she withholds sex. Right? If she withholds sex and she waits to have sex with him, he assigns value to that. Right? I'm going to tell you the problem with that. There is a huge problem with men doing that. Right? A woman withholding sex doesn't make her valuable. I'm going to show you something. And I'm going to show you something. Women, don't get offended. Bernardo, you up in here? But I need guys to see this. Controlling the narrative. When women tell you things like, I don't get down like that, I ain't that kind of girl, you got to date me seriously first, we got to be friends first, I'm practicing abstinence. When women tell you these things, right, what they're doing is they are attempting to control the narrative. Okay, now, Pete, what I'm saying, I need you guys to understand where I'm going with this. When women are attempting to control or withhold sex, and then they tell you things like, I ain't that kind of girl, you just can't get me in your bed that quickly, you got to date me and take me out, and we got to be more serious first. What they're attempting to do is they're attempting to control the narrative. They are attempting to get you to view them a certain way, right? Because this is what women understand. Based on society, based on slut shaming, right? Based on how society views casual sex or promiscuity, or even how some men view it, based on how certain people view sex and judge women because women engage or indulge in casual sex, they understand that a lot of men assign or attach value to a woman's sexual past. Because women understand this, in some scenarios, they are going to seek to control the narrative because they believe you're like the rest of these guys out here. They think you also assign or attach value to a woman's sexual past. So because of that, they're going to seek to go out of their way to try and alter your perceptions, to get you to perceive them to be a certain way. Because if you view them as the quote-unquote quintessential good girl that doesn't get down like that, you're more likely to date them. You're more likely to take them serious. And from you, that's what they want, right? A woman withholding sex doesn't make her valuable. Here's the issue, and here's what I want to get to. The issue with women withholding sex and basically telling you, oh, I don't get down like that, you got to date me, is you don't know how accurate that statement is. Y'all got that? You don't know how true or how accurate that statement is. So if you're dealing with a woman who dressed very modestly, she ain't got a bunch of tattoos, she ain't got no fucking colorful ass hair, she don't drink, she don't smoke, right? She don't really party like that. If she tells you she don't get down like that, you're more likely to believe her. Why? Because she looks the part. Whereas if a woman who was dressed very provocatively, right, and she's at the club tossing them back, and she tells you, oh, I don't get down like that, you're less likely to believe her because of how she's dressed. And that's how guys get fooled. That's how guys get fooled. Okay, real quick. I'm going to get to the questions in just a moment. Right? Let me throw that up there. So I got a story. Now, let me go back to the title. I got a story to illustrate my point. A woman withholding sex does not make her valuable. Now, let me just say this. Here's my caveat for women. I'm not saying women don't have value. Every woman has value. Every man has value. Okay, let me say that shit again. Every single solitary woman on the face of this earth. I don't care if she's a prostitute. I don't care if she's on OnlyFans. I don't care if she's obese. She has value to somebody. Meaning there are people in her life that love and care about her and think the world of her. So she has value to somebody. Just like every man has value. I don't care if you're broke, if you're homeless, if you live under a bridge. Somebody somewhere gives a fuck about your life. Somebody somewhere gives a fuck about you, right? So you have value to someone, okay? My issue, right? My issue with how a lot of people look at sex is they focus too much energy and effort on trying to use sex as the barometer to gauge a woman's value. And that's a mistake. So let me tell you this story. So, and some of you heard this story before. For those of you who haven't, you're about to hear it for the first time. For those of you who've heard it, it bears repeating because people really need to understand shit. Hold on real quick. Let me see something. I'm going to get to y'all questions, right? So years ago, right, when I was in my 20s, I was in my 20s at the time, a friend of mine had a girlfriend, and he was going to go visit his girlfriend. So his girlfriend had an older sister, and they lived together, right? So he was like, you know, Carrie, man, yo, I'm going to go visit old girl. She has an older sister. They live together. Why don't you come with me? I'll introduce you, right? So I go with him, you know, basically a tag along, right? I go with him. I meet the sister. Boom. We hit it off automatically, right? It was instantaneous attraction, right? Literally almost as soon as we met, it was on, right? So we kissing, we making out, we're fondling each other. She let me do everything but smash. She would not let me fuck her, right? She would not let me fuck her. She would not let me take her clothes off, which cool. I'm not mad at that. A woman has a right to consent to sex. A woman has a right to sexual autonomy. A woman has a right to not want to fuck, right? So I wasn't bothered by that, right? But again, she was letting me touch her everywhere. She was letting me do everything but have sex, right? So once I realized she wasn't trying to fuck, I'm like, you know what? All this making out shit we doing, we got to stop, right? I'm not going to sit here and get all hot and bothered and I can't release it, right? So to make a long story a tad bit longer, as we are about to leave, me and my partner, we're about to leave, she stops us. She's hugging all on me, kissing all on me. She's trying to make me promise that I'm going to come back. She's telling my partner, bring Carrie back with you. I'm glad we met. I really like him. I want to see him again, right? She's doing all the shit that the average guy would be like, she feeling me. She like me, right? She's doing all that shit that y'all niggas like women to do, right? Except for the sex part, right? So I wasn't really pressed, right? So I'm like, all right, cool. I'll see her another time, right? My mentality, I'll see her another time. So fast forward, 2 days later, 48 hours later, and I need guys to understand the time frame. It's important. 48 hours later, my friend is going back to the house. He asked me, did I want to come? I'm like, nah, I'm going to go ahead and forego the option. Because there was another young lady that I met that I was more interested in seeing. So I'm like, nah, me and her, we hit it off. We're both attracted to each other. I'll see her some other time. But I'm going to go ahead and give this other woman my attention. So I didn't go. But another one of our friends went. So he basically took another one of our friends in my place. So later that night, I get a call. And it's the sister, right? She calls me and she says, I got something I need to tell you. I want you to hear it from me first. Then she proceeds to tell me, yeah, your friend came over and he brought one of your other friends. Well, the other friend that he brought with him, we had sex. The sex didn't mean nothing. It was just sex. But I really like you. I hope this doesn't mess up anything. I really want to see you again, right? So she's basically admitting to me that the night you came over, I stalled you out. I withheld the sex from you, but I fucked your friend 2 days after I met you. Now, some of y'all might feel some type of way. Me personally, I wasn't mad. I wasn't bothered. I didn't feel nothing, right? She was not my girlfriend. I wasn't mad about it at all, right? I'm like, all right, well, I appreciate you telling me, right? The point I'm trying to make with that, the majority of the guys y'all hear on YouTube, the majority of the guys that talk about dating dynamics or anything like that on the internet, they will never have that type of story for you, okay? Salute to Sam, right? They will never have that type of story, right? Meaning, in real time, they will never be able to point to, I've actually seen a woman act like she doesn't get down like that and then turn right around and get down like that. See, a lot of times guys will just assume, yeah, your woman might not fuck me, but she might be fucking another guy though. Yeah, she might make me wait, but she might not make that guy wait. See, those are just assumptions, right? Those are just theories, right? But when you actually see it unfold in real life and you're part of it, you be like, women do this. It ain't my opinion that women do this. It's a fact that women do it because it happened to me. I seen it happen, right? So when a woman withholds sex and she act like she don't get down like that, it does not make her valuable. It doesn't make her valuable, right? So if you look at the thumbnail, what really makes a woman valuable, right? Again, it's subjective. It's subjective. See, when I'm dealing with women, I take my emotions out of it. I take my feelings out of it. Okay, let me explain what I mean. If a man says a woman withholding sex, right, is valuable to me because I like a woman who's disciplined and she doesn't have sex with every guy she comes into contact with. Okay, here's the problem with that thought process. That thought process is predicated by your feelings. That thought process is predicated by your illusion of how you want a woman to be that you want to be in a relationship with. So that mind state or that frame of thinking is flawed. Okay, why is it flawed? Let me tell you why it's flawed. Because you can't quantify that. Now, if you don't know what the word quantify means, it means to measure something, right? When you think about quantify, you think of numbers. You think of measuring something. You think of, oh, if I'm gonna quantify that, that means logically speaking, I can assess the value of that thing because I can measure it. Okay, you cannot measure or you can't quantify a woman withholding sex because you don't know for a fact if she does that with every guy. You don't know that. Now, you can be led to believe that she does that, but you can't prove that. You can't prove. I don't give a fuck what women say. There is no woman on the face of the planet that can prove she's never had casual sex or that she's never had a promiscuous lifestyle. Now, I'm not judging women. I don't give a fuck about a woman's sexual past. The only thing I care about, let me say this. The only thing I care about when it comes to women and sex, the main thing I care about is whether or not a woman has an STD or not. Specifically, if it's one that she can't cure. Because a woman having an STD currently, if I'm dealing with her, or if she has an STD that she can't cure, that can have a real world impact on me if I have sex with her. A woman's sexual past, as far as how many guys she's had sex with, has no bearing on my life at all. A woman's sexual past, as far as how many lovers she's had, is not going to impact the quality of my life if I deal with her. It's not. If she's had 5 lovers or 50 lovers, it has no real bearing on the quality of my life. In fact, it has no real bearing on the quality of the experience I have with her. Assuming, I gotta throw that, hold on, I'm gonna show you something. Assuming this. See, when I say a woman withholding sex doesn't make her valuable, the reason why a woman withholding sex from me doesn't make her valuable in my eyes is because a woman withholding sex from me is in direct opposition of her showing me deference. If a woman is withholding sex from me, that is in direct opposition of her showing me deference. Humble submission and respect. A woman attempting to control sex. A woman attempting to control the narrative as far as how she wants me to view her by her withholding sex is her telling me I'm not humbly submitting to you. Because if I was humbly submitting to you, I wouldn't try and control anything. I would follow your lead. And whatever pace you want to go at, I'm going to follow your lead. If you want to fuck tomorrow, I'm fucking you tomorrow. If you want to fuck next week, I'm fucking next week. So if a woman is trying to control that, she is not showing me deference. See, a lot of guys look at it, well, Zach, she might not be that type of girl. Then she's not for me. Then she's not for me. Because I need for a woman to resist the urge to try and control sex. And here's the thing, right? Because a lot of people think when I talk like this, or when other individuals talk as I do, they think it's about the sex. It's not about the sex. It's not about the sex. Me telling a woman, hey man, if we ain't fucking, I ain't fucking with you. It's not about sex. It's about her inability to sit back and let me lead shit, right? Because for me, I'm going to dictate the pace, the flow, and the tone of any interaction I have with a woman. I'm going to dictate it. If a woman has a problem with me dictating the pace and the flow of the interaction, what she's telling me is, I don't want to follow you. I want you to follow me. A woman withholding sex is her saying, follow me. If you want this, I'm gonna need you to do this first. If you want to have sex with me, I'm going to need for you to show me that you're worthy of having sex with me. So she's basically trying to get me to follow her. No, that doesn't work for me. There's no value in that. There's no value in that. Right? And not only that, I can't quantify what she's telling me. I can't prove that your default setting is making all men wait. Now, even if a woman made all men wait, I still wouldn't wait. I don't give a fuck what she got going on. I still wouldn't wait. But what I'm saying is, even if she made all men wait and I can prove that she makes everybody wait, I'm not everybody. Why would I even put myself in the same boat with those guys? And why would I allow you to put me in the same boat as those other guys? So what that says is that my masculine influence isn't enough for you to go against the grain of what you do with everybody else. I'm not everybody else, right? So let me answer some questions real quick, and then we'll get back up into this. So Mikhail says, what are some things that's important to cover ask during the first date? I don't ask women shit during the first date. Guys, look. The very first date you have with the woman, all it should literally be is a filling out process to see if that woman fits what you need for her to be to fuck with you again. Right? I'll just use myself as an example. Now, I'm not really a date person, okay? Meaning I'm not really the type of guy that offer a bunch of dates to women I hadn't had sex with, right? I don't really do that, right? Now, I've done that. In my past, I have gone on dates with women that I hadn't had sex with. I've done that. I have no problem doing that. But I don't do it that often, right? So more often than not, if I do a date with a woman, we probably already had sex. More often than not, right? On occasion, I might go out on a date with a woman I hadn't had sex with, but that's because that's what I want to do, not because I think that's what I got to do, right? But on the rare occasion that I've gone out with a woman on a date, or that I've invited a woman out on a date before we had sex, it's usually a woman that I know for a fact is attracted to me. I know for a fact she is. Like, I know it's genuine attraction, which is why I'm even offering a date to begin with, right? So when I go out on a date with a woman, my only purpose for going out on a date is to see if my first thoughts about her were accurate. Meaning, I think she's a cool chick. I think she's the type of chick I could fuck with. So me doing the date is literally just a reassessment or a confirmation of what I already thought about her, right? So the first date is gonna tell me, all right, Carrie, you were right. You were right. All right. So then at that point, seeing her again is something that I want to do, right? But if on that first date, she shows me something different that I don't like, I'm not fucking with her no more, right? So for me, a first date is not about trying to have sex. It's trying to make sure that how she conducts herself is in alignment with my mission statement, right? So however I deal with women, right? And I deal with women in a very methodical, structured way, right? I don't deviate from it. I don't make concessions for women. I don't make accommodations. I don't compromise, none of that. I deal with women in a very structured way, in a very methodical way. So the first date for me is to make sure that her attitude and how she's conducting herself goes with the flow of how I want things to go. The moment she says and or does anything that goes against the grain of that, she's done. Period. So the first date, it shouldn't be about you trying to fuck. I'm not saying that a first date can't lead to sex, because I've had sex with women after the first date, later that night. I'm not saying it can't lead to that, but that shouldn't be your mission. In my opinion, you should not be trying to fuck. But during the course of interacting with the woman, once you realize that you guys are both sexually attracted to each other and it's something that you both want to happen and you want it to happen, then you make it happen. But you shouldn't be really caught up in trying to fuck her, right? But I don't ask women no questions. See, I get women to reveal themselves. Zag, what do you mean you get women to reveal themselves? I say shit to women. I make certain statements to women that I'm very intentional about. And what I'm trying to do is get women to reveal themselves. Zach, what do you mean? Okay, I got you, right? So when I say my attempt is to get women to reveal themselves, this is what I know for a fact. This is not my opinion. I know for a fact that when you're talking to a woman, whether it's when you first meet her and you guys are talking, or if it's on a date and you guys are conversing, women are making an assessment as to whether or not they view you sexually, whether it's a conscious thing or a subconscious thing. They are making an assessment as to whether or not they view you as the type of guy they might want to fuck. Period. Women know. It don't take women 3, 4, 5 dates to come to the conclusion as to whether or not they're sexually attracted to you. It don't take them that long. Now, it might take them that long to actually have sex with you, but it doesn't take them that long to come to the conclusion as to whether or not they view you that way, right? Women will know in a matter of seconds or a couple of short minutes whether or not they view you that way. Now, for some women, it's, he can get this pussy now. For some women, it's that quick. He can get it now. He had me at hello. For other women, it's a no. It's like, nah, he can't get it, right? So you got to think about this. If women know right off the bat that they're not interested in you, doesn't it make sense that they also know right off the bat whether or not they view you sexually? They do. So when I deal with women, I'm trying to get them to reveal which side of the coin they fall on. Now, when I've dealt with some women, they've made it obvious. They've made it obvious that they either wasn't feeling me sexually or they made it obvious that they were. It was obvious. Either way, either that they weren't feeling me or that they were. So when a woman makes it obvious that she's not feeling me, I leave her alone. When she makes it obvious that she is down, we make it happen. Now, a lot of women that you deal with, they're going to fall in the middle. It's not going to be a firm yes. It's not going to be a firm no. It's going to be, I don't know yet. He's cute. I'm attracted to him, but I don't know if I want to fuck him now, right? So a lot of times women are on the fence. It's not a yes. It's not a no. It's a, I don't know yet. So what typically happens is the more that they conversate with you, the picture becomes clearer for them as to whether or not it's a yes or it's a no. Here's the problem. If it's a no, a lot of times you won't know that it's a no. Now stay with me. When it's a no, a lot of times you won't know that it's a no. So when a woman is withholding sex and you thinking, well, she might not be that type of girl. No, she is that type of girl. She just don't want to fuck you. And because she's talking to you, she's smiling, she gave you the phone number, she's willing to go out on a date with you, you think she's attracted to you. What you don't know is she's already decided that she's never gonna have sex with you. She already knows she not. But because she thinks she can get something up out of you, she is not gonna reveal to you that she don't want to fuck you because she thinks she can get some attention, some dates, free drinks, whatever it is. She felt like I can get something out of it. I don't really want to fuck him, but he's a cool guy. He's generous with his money. Let me see what I can get out of him. And the moment he gets pushy about the sex, then I'll drop him. See, I'm a master at getting women to reveal where their head is at before I waste my time. That's what I do, right? So hold on real quick. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything. I know y'all be asking these questions. Okay. All right, so hold on real quick. So let me hop to the next question. So I hope I answered your question. I was kind of long-winded with that one. So J-Bone says, how do you create internal value instead of only being valued because of what I can do for someone? Well, internal value is self-value. That's what internal value has nothing to do with anybody else but you. It's how you view yourself. I said earlier that everybody has value. Every man and woman and child walking this planet has value. It's just whether or not people see the value in you. See, a lot of times people don't perceive you how you view yourself. And let me say that shit again. A lot of times people don't view you how you view yourself. So if you think you're special, if you think I'm special, I'm valuable, I know I'm a good person, okay? And it's not to say that you're not, you very well could be, but sometimes people won't see what you see. All that means is you're not compatible. People won't see what you see. So I'll use myself as an example again. I know for a fact that some women find me sexually desirable. I know this for a fact. I know that some women, upon meeting me, want this dick. I know they do, right? I also know that a good number of the women I've encountered wanted to be in a relationship with, right? So I know that women I have encountered, women I do encounter, some of them, a good number of them, are going to see value in me. And they're going to view me as I view myself, right? So if they view me as I view myself, those are the women I'm compatible with. Women who don't view me as I view myself, I'm not compatible with those women because they're not going to see the value in me. If they don't see the value in me, they're not going to show me deference. What's deference? Humble submission and respect. A woman that's showing me humble submission and respect, she sees the value in me, right? But I saw the value first. I saw the value first, which is why I'm able to exhibit that value. I'm able to put forth that type of energy because I know it's there. So I'm only fucking with women that see it too, right? The problem with a lot of guys, y'all get mad at women because they don't see it, right? You get mad at women because they don't see it. Or you try to convince women to see it. When you try to convince a woman to go out on a date with you, when you try to convince a woman to fuck you, you're trying to force compatibility. You're trying to make her or convince her to see the value. You're wasting your time. She'll never see it. That's why when a woman fucks me right away, I'm fucking with her. Let me tell y'all this right quick. Let me tell y'all this. I have an admission. I have an admission. For a lot of you guys that judge women because they have sex too quickly, where you have that attitude of, oh, if a woman fuck me too quickly, I can't take her seriously. I used to be just like y'all. I used to think that way when I was younger. When I was in my early 20s, I used to think just like that. Oh man, ain't no way in hell, man, I'm a wife up or get in a relationship with a chick that fucked me right away. I used to think like that. But I realized there was a major problem with me thinking that way. There was a major problem. And the problem me thinking that way, it was flawed. And the reason why it was flawed, because there were a bunch of chicks that was fucking me quick. One night stands, weekend flings. There was a bunch of chicks that was having sex with me quickly. So I came to the realization that, damn, if I keep thinking like this, I might as well say none of these chicks is wifey material. Because the chicks that's really feeling me, they are fucking me quickly. So to me, it made no sense to judge a woman. Because you got to think about it like this. I'm judging a woman who's attracted to me. The most genuine, authentic form of attraction is sexual attraction. Let me say that shit again. The most genuine and authentic and real and most natural form of attraction is sexual attraction. So why would I penalize a woman for viewing me that way? So I stopped thinking like that, right? Because if you penalize a woman for having sex with you too quickly, that means you will reward a woman for withholding sex. That's flawed. Because her withholding sex is her telling you, I don't value you enough to fuck you at your pace. I don't value you enough to fuck you at your pace. I need guys to understand it. Some of y'all might go over here. I don't value you enough. I don't value me having access to you enough to fuck you at your pace. Where a woman is sexually attracted to you. See, sometimes a woman will be sexually attracted to you and she might ponder the possibility of not fucking you right away, not because she doesn't want to, but because she actually likes you and she doesn't want you to get the wrong impression about her character. Now, stay with me. There are times women will be sexually attracted to you, but they might not want to have sex right away because they don't want you to get the wrong impression as to their character. They don't want you to judge them, right? So if I say I want women to have free will, I want women to be confident and comfortable that they can be their true selves around me with no fear of judgment, I gotta really show women that even if we fuck right now, I'm not gonna judge you. Whether we fuck now, tomorrow, or next week, or 2 weeks from now, I'm not gonna judge you, right? But if we fuck 2 weeks from now, it's not gonna be because you're withholding sex. I ain't gonna fuck with you if you're trying to do that. If we fuck 2 weeks from now, it's simply because we haven't seen each other. But there is no way I'm gonna see a woman 3 or 4 times and we ain't fucking. Because if a woman can be in my physical presence 3 or 4 times and not want this dick, that means her desire for me sexually isn't where it needs to be. It's not where it needs to be for me to fuck with her. Because I need a woman to lust me. And let me just say this about lust. I got into a back and forth with a Bible thumper the other day. He was a little Bible thumper talking about God and all this shit, okay? And he was trying to tell me that it's ungodly, that lust is ungodly. Now, I don't want to get into religion really like that, because people get all in their feelings about religion. But I want people to understand lust. Lust is a strong desire for something. That's all lust is. And lust is psychological. A lot of times when women are sexually attracted to you and they want you right now, a lot of that is lust. Like, I'm so turned on by you, I gotta have you now. Lust is a natural occurrence. I need people to understand that. Lust is a natural occurrence between a heterosexual man and woman. It's a natural occurrence. All it is, if you think about it like this, if you think about the word like and love, somebody liking you doesn't have the same tone as someone loving you. Like, love is like someone liking you on steroids. It's another level. Yeah, I like that person. Now, I love them. It's just another level. It's just a deeper version of like. Lust is another level of sexual desire. It's just another level, right? That's all it is. It's another level, right? But it's a natural occurrence. So why would I judge a woman for lusting me? Come on, man. Why? Come on, man. I want a woman to lust me. I want a woman to feel like she can't get enough of me, right? Because if a woman feels like she can't get enough of me, if I got into a relationship with her, she is less likely to ever try and use sex as a weapon. Now, think about where I'm going with that. If a woman lusts you, not only if a woman lusts you, but once you guys have sex, if she loves the sex, she is less likely to ever use sex as a weapon or to weaponize sex to try and punish you because she can't get her way. Why? Because she loves fucking you, right? I've literally had women mad at me, like on the verge of, I don't know why I'm even fucking with you, but they still wanted to have sex though, because they were willing, not willing, they were able. Every woman I had a relationship with, or I was married to, they were able to separate the sex from them being mad at me for something. They were able to say, I can't stand this motherfucker right now, but I love his dick. I can't stand Kerry, but I love his dick. So although I'm mad at him, I'm not gonna deny myself him pleasing me sexually. So I'm gonna go ahead and we gonna fuck, but right after we done fucking, I'm gonna go back being mad at him, right? If you're dealing with a woman who can be mad at you for weeks and months and not fuck you, all that means is she was probably never sexually attracted to you to begin with. And I can almost promise you, she probably withheld sex from you in the beginning. You see where I'm going? She probably withheld sex from you in the beginning. So all she is doing now when she's mad at you is she's going back to what she knows. Let me withhold sex. And because I'm mad at him, he needs to get me unmad. He needs to do something to make me feel good. Then I'll give him some sex again, right? So because you allowed her to barter with you or to ration sex to you in the beginning, her default setting in the relationship is to do it again when she's not getting her way. That's why you never let women control sex when you very first meet them. And if they ain't fucking you at the pace you want, you don't deal with them. That's why. It's not about no fucking nut or I'm some horny ass old man and I'm thirsty. No! There is deeper implications to what happens in the beginning when you very first meet women that can come about later on in a relationship, right? But because I understand this, I don't let women play with me in the beginning. I don't let them play with me because I understand this. Okay, there's some questions coming in here real quick. All right, real here. Okay, so here we go. So Mike says, how would you eliminate assigning or attach value to women's sexual past? Okay, here's the thing. Okay, a lot of guys who, now let me just say this. Everybody's entitled to their sexual preference, right? So for all you guys who say, oh, I don't want a woman who's been ran through, I don't want a woman who has had a lot of lovers. Okay, first and foremost, how would you know? How would you know? And I don't want to hear no shit about if she dresses a certain way or her appearance or if she's a party girl. I've known a lot of party girls who weren't fucking. Just like I've known a lot of modest dressing church girls who don't party that were fucking. Right? So it doesn't matter. A woman's appearance is not really a true indicator of how much sex she has or doesn't have. It's not. Right? And that's see, society would have you believe that. Right? Society will have you believe that. Right? This is why when you hear people say, oh, she's dressed like a stripper or she's dressed like a hooker, right? That's them associating her attire with a highly promiscuous woman, right? Right. And while visually she may fit that stereotype, you don't know what she does in the privacy of her own home. You don't know. Okay, you can guess, you can assume, but you really don't know, right? So me personally, I don't concern myself with things I can't quantify. Why would I concern myself with something I can't prove? You know what I can quantify though? How she's acting right now. See, I can tell in real time if she's a respectful woman or not. I can tell in real time if she's a submissive woman or not. I can tell in real time if she has a slick mouth and she talks shit. I can tell in real time if she's resistant to what I'm telling her. I can tell in real time these things. So when I judge a woman, I judge women based on how they're acting right now, based on how they're treating me right now. I don't judge women based on what may or may not have happened in their past, because I wasn't there. I don't know. That to me, that's dumb as fuck, right? Just like if I see a woman who appears to be a quote unquote good girl, I'm not gonna automatically elevate her or prioritize her or pedestalize her because of what I perceive to be. You know what I'm saying? I don't know her, right? So I don't fall for that bullshit. I don't allow a woman's appearance to get me to believe things about her sexual. I've dealt with too many women to get caught in that. So first and foremost, Mike, you have to ask yourself, why does a woman's sexual past matter to you? Why? Why does it matter to you? Right? I'll give you an example. Right? I tell you guys all the time, when you deal with women, you should always deal with women based on your standards. Right? So as a man, when you actually have standards and principles that you abide by. So me personally, I have standards and principles that I live my life by. I don't deviate from it, no matter what. So that means any woman that I deal with, she needs to adhere to those same standards and principles that I adhere to, right? Because she ain't special. She can't come into my life and come under the bar. So if the bar is set for me to live my life a certain way based on my standards and principles, she has to meet me at that bar. She can't come below it. I ain't fucking with her at all, right? Because she doesn't meet my standards, right? So I'm not fucking with her, right? And I'm not gonna lower my standards. I'm not gonna compromise my integrity as a man to fuck with her, right? So if you're the type of guy, Mike, I'll use you as an example. If you're the type of guy where you don't engage in casual sex at all, you refuse to have sex with women unless you have a profound emotional bond and connection where you guys are basically on the verge of a relationship, or if you're actually in one, and that's the only time you have sex, then I understand. If you were to tell me, Zach, I don't engage in promiscuity. I don't have sex with random women. I don't do that. So I would prefer to deal with a woman that shares my same belief system. I would prefer to deal with a woman that lives her life the way I do. To me, that's respectable. I understand that. But even if you lived your life that way, you still can't prove what that woman was doing in the past, right? So if she tells you she ain't that kind of girl, you got to take her word for it, which I think you're a fool if you take a woman's word for it, personally. And it's not about her lying or not lying. You don't know her. So why would you take her word for it, right? Now, if you're the type of guy where you engage in casual sex, you have one-night stands, you have threesomes, right? You engage in weekend flings, but then you turn around and say, I can't get into a relationship with a woman who does those things, then you don't have no standards. You don't have any standards. How can you have standards when the very thing you detest from a woman, you engage in yourself? It's kind of like a drug dealer saying he hates drug fiends. It's literally like a drug dealer saying, I can't stand people who do drugs. That don't even make no sense at all, right? It makes no sense. Or it's like a person who uses drugs saying, I can't stand drug dealers. What? You use drugs, but you hate drug dealers? It doesn't make any sense, right? So you have to ask yourself, why does a woman's sexual past bother you? For some guys, they're insecure, right? Because this is what guys do, whether they want to admit it or not. They equate a woman's sexual past with her ability to be faithful. And for the life of me, I don't know where guys got that from. What does a woman's sexual past has to do with her ability to be faithful in a relationship? It has nothing to do with it. It literally has nothing to do with it. The only time you can really equate a woman's sexual past with her being a cheater is if a woman admits to you that she cheated before. That's the only way. That's the only for surefire way you can say she's a cheater, or I think she's capable of cheating, is if she admitted that she's done it before. See, now you can quantify her value to you. Now you can quantify it because you have something in real time to look at. The problem with a lot of guys who worry about a woman's sexual past, they have a bunch of theories and a bunch of myths and fallacies and a bunch of assumptions that are based on feelings and emotions. They're not based on practicality. If a woman tells me I cheated on my husband or my ex-husband, or even if you're a side dude, if you are a side dude, and a woman wants to leave her significant other for you, you're like, hell no, you're a cheater. How do I know? Because you're cheating on your man with me. So I can look at you in real time and say, nah, I don't want to be with you. Because if you'll do it to him, you'll do it to me. I'm not assuming that. That's not theoretical, because you're really doing it. I know you're a cheater because you're doing it, right? Come on, man. Like, yo, man. Hold on real quick. See, this is why I can't get caught up with what a woman may or may not have done, because I don't know. And I'm not going to beat my head up against the wall trying to figure out whether this is true or that's true. No, that's too much. That's too much bullshit on my mind. You know, I don't want my mind to be always wondering and wandering as to who this woman may be, right? Because if I meet her and we fuck the same night, or if I meet her and we fuck a couple of days after meeting, that's what I want anyway. Do I care that she did that with another man before me? No. I don't give a fuck what she did before me. It's none of my business. It's literally none of my, and it's none of yours either. Right? You might think it is, but it's not. Look, and I said this before, and I alluded to this earlier. The only thing that's your business when it comes to a woman's sex life, and for women, same for you. The only thing that's really your business when it comes to a person's sex life, and that you have a right to know, is if you ask them, do you currently have an STD? Have you ever had an STD? Or if you ask for an STD panel, you have a right to know that, because your sexual health is at risk, right? So having sex with a person who's infected with something can literally have a drastic impact on your quality of life. So you have a right to ask those questions. It's none of your business how many dicks a woman was impaled by, right? It's none of your business how many nuts she's gargled. None of those things are your business. Yeah, you might be curious about it. You might want to know, but it's none of your business. Just like it's not a woman's business. Like, even if a woman asks you, are you dating other women? It's none of her fucking business if you are. It's none of your business if you are, right? The only time she need be concerned is if you led her to believe something is true that's not. If you lead her to believe that she's the only one, and then she finds out that she's not, that's her business, only because you led her to believe that. But for a woman that you met a week ago to ask you if you're having sex with any other woman, or she asked you, so when's the last time you had sex? None of your motherfucking business. It's none of your business, right? Anyway, so deal with that, fam. So Pluggo just says, what are a few ways as a man can create more value within yourself? You gotta have standards. You have to have standards, and you only deal with women that adhere to those standards. And this is with anybody. You have to have standards. You have to have a structured way that you live your life. And when you invite anybody in your life, okay, whether it's family members, co-workers, friends, the opposite sex, romantically and or sexually, you have to have standards and say, if a person behaves like this or that, they're gone. If a person doesn't adhere to my standards, they're gone. That's it. You have to have the ability to get rid of people, right? So another example is this. I don't ask women what they bring to the table. If a woman wants to date me seriously, I'm going to instruct to her through my actions what's required of her. So I'm not gonna ask a woman what can she do for me, or what. I don't need to ask a woman any of that, because I'm not interested in what she has to say. I don't need a woman trying to sell herself to me through lip service. Oh, I'm like this. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. I don't care what you have to say. Show me what you are about. Show me with your actions. Show me with your level of consistency. Show me with your level of investment. Show me with deference, humble submission and respect. Show me, right? Don't tell me about it. Show me, right? So a woman withholding sex from me, trying to control the narrative as far as having me look at her as a certain type of woman, that has no value to me. Because sex ain't, when it comes to sex, sex is a physical act that feels good. Nothing more, nothing less. For me, personally, sex is a physical act that feels good. The only true importance that sex has is if I wanted to have a family, which I'm a father, of course, but let's say I was single with no kids. And let's say I'm in my 20s or my 30s, which y'all know I'm older than that. But let's say I'm in my 20s or my 30s, and I'm looking to have a family one day. The only true importance to me is whether or not that woman is fertile, right? Is she fertile? And if I was able to impregnate her, can she carry that child to term? And can she birth me a healthy son or daughter? That's the only significance that I place on sex. Beyond that, it's a physical act that feels good. Nothing more, nothing less. And I'm gonna tell you something. The fact that I can separate my emotions from sex gives me a sense of freedom that the average person doesn't have. There's freedom in being able to separate sex and emotion. People who can't separate emotions from sex, those are the people who go through it. Those are the people who have a hard time, right? When they're dating, they have a hard time accepting the fact that they're sharing somebody because they can't separate sex and emotion, right? These are the people that when they get into relationships and people cheat on them, they get devastated. They cry, they go through depressions, all that, because their emotions are tied to the sex. So when the man or woman cheats on them, they are emotionally distraught over that. It's a physical act, right? But for them, because they attach emotions to sex, they think the cheating is an emotional one. No, it's a physical one. It's just physical. They just fucked. That's it. They have sex. Nothing more, nothing less. Nothing more, nothing less. You know what I'm saying? It's just a physical thing. But because people attach emotions to sex, they look at it as an emotional thing. No, my thing is this. If a woman wants to cheat on me, my thing is her fucking another guy behind my back. The only thing she did that I have an issue with is the behind my back. The betrayal aspect. She lied, right? She lied. She said she was going to be sexually exclusive. She lied to me, right? But her actually having sex with the guy, she's been having sex with men before she knew me. So her having sex with another man, she's done that before. So I'm not looking at this thing like, how dare you suck another dick? She been sucking dick before she got to me. So to me, it's like, the physical aspect of the cheating I'm not distraught behind it. I'm not distraught behind any of it. But for me, it's, you lied. I caught you in a lie. I don't fuck with lying ass chicks, so I'm done with you. That's how I view sex. I don't take it that serious. All right, so anyway, so let me. Now, and I'm not telling you guys to view it as I view it. Most people are incapable of separating sex and emotion. Most people can't separate it, you know what I'm saying? And it is what it is. And you just got to deal with what comes with not being able to separate it. You just got to deal with it. All right, so Spirit Warrior says, withholding sex means you are being a nice guy and you get used in the long run until you have sex. It scars you. Tell me if I'm wrong. See, again, if you're dealing with a woman who only has sex in a relationship, like she's never engaged in any type of casual sex, her withholding sex from you is nothing personal. That's just what she does. And that's what she's always done. But if you're dealing with a woman who is attempting to withhold sex from you, how do you know that she does that with every guy? That's her default setting. How do you know? How do you know that she's not lying to you? See, for me, I take away all the bullshit. The prospect or the possibility that she could be lying, the prospect or the possibility that she could be trying to be deceptive, I take away all of that. And how I take that away is I only deal with women on my terms. Strictly on my terms. If a woman is not willing to deal with me at my pace, right? So whenever I'm down to fuck, if she ain't down to fuck, right? If she's trying to control access to her sexually, I already know she ain't for me. It doesn't mean that she is not a valuable woman or that she won't be a good wife to another man. She ain't no good for me though. She ain't no good for me. I can't do nothing with her, right? So again, withholding sex, a woman withholding sex from me signifies her desire to want to control sex. Her desire to want me to, see, again, many times when a woman is withholding sex, she is trying to control the narrative. She wants you to view her a certain way, right? She wants you to see value in her through her unwillingness to want to fuck you. Like, if I don't fuck him now, he'll see the value in me, right? No, I don't see the value in you. No, I don't. I don't see no value in you, right? Because what I see is a woman who wants me to follow her lead. So again, and a lot of times women, they do themselves a disservice, right? Because if you are actually sexually attracted to that guy, fuck him. And whatever happens, happens. And I get it. I get it. See, a lot of women think that, oh, if I have sex too soon, he won't take me seriously. And they're partially right. There's validity to that feeling, right? So for some men, if the woman has sex with them too quickly, they won't take that woman seriously. Well, this is what I have to say to women about that. If you have sex with a man quickly and he doesn't think you're wife material, he was never the man for you to begin with. Because if you have to pretend to be the type of girl that makes men wait for that man to like you, that means you can't be yourself with that man. So why would you want him anyway? See, I fuck with women that are being themselves. I fuck with women that take their mask off. I fuck with women that introduce me to who they really are. A woman fucking me quickly is her doing that. A woman having sex with me quickly is her taking her mask off. It's her saying, I'm not pretending with you. I'm not gonna pretend to be something that I'm not. I'm not trying to get you to view me in a certain way that's not accurate. I'm a sexual woman. I like sex. You're turning me on, and I want you. How much more honest does a woman got to be for you motherfuckers? That's honesty. A woman pretending to be anything but what she is inauthentic and disingenuous. I don't want a woman who tried to pretend to be something. I don't want that. Y'all can have them. Y'all can have those women. I don't want them. Y'all can have them all day. I don't want no woman who's wearing a mask trying to pretend to be something she ain't. Because she think I won't value her if she fuck me too quickly. No, I will value you. Assuming that you're showing me deference. And it's not just the sex, it's how she conducts herself above and beyond the bedroom. And let me just say this to women. Women, if you're dealing with a man who's attracted to you, and you are a great lover in the bedroom, you can do a couple of things to make that man's toes curl. The average man is not getting ready. Okay, even if he doesn't necessarily look at you as a girlfriend, he ain't gonna. You'll be hard pressed to find a man that thoroughly enjoys having sex with a woman that's gonna get rid of her. You'll be hard pressed, right? But a lot of women don't understand is that a lot of times when you had sex quickly with a man and he doesn't take you seriously, it's not because you had sex quickly. It's because there's something about you that he don't like. And see, a lot of women, unfortunately, they fail to look at themselves. See, a woman thinks, oh, if I withhold sex, he'll see the value in me. No. Because you withholding sex is not a true testament of your character. Okay, let me say that shit again for the motherfuckers in the back. A woman withholding sex is not a true testament of her character. It's not a true testament. Zach, what do you mean by that? Show me in the history of mankind where a woman withholding sex means she won't never cheat on you. Show me in the history of mankind that a woman withholding sex will never share intimate details about your relationship with outside people. Show me in the history of mankind where a woman withholding sex means she'll never curse you out in public or disrespect you to your face. Show me where a woman withholding sex means she's a good person through and through. Show me that. Conversely, show me where a woman who had sex with you right away is a bad person. Show me that. Show me where a woman who has sex with you within a couple of days of meeting you will mistreat you or be disrespectful to you, or that she'll cheat on you. Show me proof of that. There is no proof of that. There's only theories and myths and fallacies behind all of that. Okay, the true testament of a woman's character is how she treats you in your face. The true testament of a woman's character is when you establish boundaries and parameters, and she adhered to those boundaries and parameters. I'll give you a prime example. There is a Facebook post of a guy who left his wife. And the reason why he left his wife is because when they first met, she wasn't a party girl. She was not a party girl. She didn't really go out like that, like girls' night out and shit like that. She wasn't doing any of that. And she dressed very modestly, right? After they got married, she started hanging out with these girls. Now, some of y'all might have seen this. She started hanging out with these girls. And a lot of these girls were single. And they were party girls, right? So she started hanging out with them. And at first, he wasn't bothered by it, right? But his antennas went up. A bunch of single party bitches. So he's kind of peeping it, right? But he's sitting back off in the cut, just watching what his wife is doing. So what happens is, over time, she starts trying to dress like those girls were dressing in a very provocative fashion. So one night, she gets ready to go out with those girls, and she's dressing very provocative in a way that she's never dressed before. So he tells her, if you go out the house dressed like that, our marriage is done. It's over. So she called his bluff. She goes out. She comes back home. The locks are changed. And her shit is on the curb. Right? And I don't blame him for that. Right? I don't blame him for that. Because he had boundaries. He had parameters. And he gave her the warning. And she disrespected that. Right? So my point in telling that story is, let's say for the sake of argument, she was the type of woman that withheld sex in the beginning. She had the quote unquote good girl vibes. She wasn't a party girl. She didn't really go out like that. So he married her believing that her character was as such that she was wifey, only to marry her to find out that his level of influence isn't where it needs to be, and that her new friends got more influence than he got. So my point is this: a woman's sexual past has nothing to do with your level of influence. It's how a woman responds to the boundaries and parameters you set forth, regardless of her sexual past. Right here, right now, if I tell you, this is the way I expect you to move. If you want to be in my life, these are my expectations. As long as you are adhering to those, I'll rock with you. The minute you go against those, I'm done with you. What they got to do with her sexual past? Nothing. All right, so hold on real quick. Let me get to these questions. I'm doing a lot of talking with y'all want questions and shit. You know what I'm saying? But all of you men, you gotta set your own path. You know what I'm saying? So Louis D says, if I don't have sexual experience, what are some best practices to proceed with when I get myself into the bedroom encounter with the woman? Okay, so Louis D, I'm glad you asked. The very first time I had sex, right, when I was a teenager, right? The very, very first time I had sex, the woman I had sex with never knew that it was my first time. She never knew it. In fact, when I finally told her that you were the first woman I had sex with, she didn't believe me. She thought I was lying, right? And the reason why she didn't believe me is because I was fucking the shit out of her. Now, prior to me having sex for the first time, like a lot of you guys, I watched porn, right? I consumed porn. So when I had sex, now, not only did I consume porn, but I masturbated, I jacked off like you guys did. So when I very first had sex, when it got to the point of me ejaculating, because I've ejaculated before, it wasn't like, oh my God, what is this feeling? Oh my God. It was like, okay, I've been here before. This is just my first time having a woman assist me with it. But I've been here before. But because I consumed porn, all I did was just mimic what I saw. And fortunate for me, what I mimicked was enough to satisfy her to such an extent that she thoroughly enjoyed it. And when I finally told her, you're my first, she didn't believe it, right? So I had already had confidence before I had sex with her. I was already confident before I had sex with her, right? I wasn't really nervous, okay? And the reason why I wasn't nervous was because I felt like I'm ready to make this happen, right? So I wasn't nervous, right? Now, after I had sex with her and I saw how she responded to me sexually, that gave me a new level of confidence sexually, because now I can see how she responded to me sexually. So in my young teenage mind, now keep in mind, I'm still wet behind the ears. I still don't know a lot of shit, right? Right? So in my mind, I'm thinking, damn, if I can make her feel this way, I can make all women feel that way. So let me go out and start finding women to do that shit to, right? So that was my mentality. Let me go out here and find some new women I have sex with so I can do the same thing to them that I did to her. Now, of course, once you start having a lot of sex, you realize not every woman responds to you the same way, right? But that's something that I had to learn by actually doing it. But my point is this. Once I had sex the first time, it was like, I took off. Like, my interaction with women, how I talked to women, how I dealt with women, it forever changed. Like, a literal light switch was flipped on, right? And I'll share this with you guys. I talked about this before. When I first moved to San Antonio, right, I was 15 years old. I hadn't had sex yet. I was 15. Because I hadn't had sex yet, and because I had a certain viewpoint of women, I used to move differently. I interacted with women differently. So women perceived me to be a certain way. But once I started having sex, my whole perspective changed, right? As far as how I viewed sex. So I started interacting with women differently. And I remember women who knew me before I started having sex, once girls realized I was doing a lot of fucking, a lot of the girls that viewed me a certain way, they would tell me, when you first came to San Antonio and I met you, you were different. Like you were nicer. Like I literally had chicks said you were nicer, right? They said this about me. You were nicer, you were different. But now that you are, and they called me a male hoe. Now that you are a male hoe, you're different. Right? So what they didn't realize was that I just came out of my shell. That's all that happened. I came out of my shell, right? So my evolution, if you will, it was always a part of me. I just didn't know it was there until I started having sex. You know what I'm saying? So to answer your question, right? Yeah, having sexual experience, it shouldn't hinder your ability to attract women. Guys, not having sexual experience has nothing. Well, let me tell you something. One thing that I never had trouble with, I never had trouble attracting women. Even prior to me having sex, I never had issues with women liking me. I never had issues with women gravitating to me. My problems were when I had women that were interested in me, because I was shy, right? I had a problem with shyness. I was real shy, right? So when I had women in my presence, I didn't know what to do with them, right? Because I was so fucking shy, right? But once I grew out of that, right, and it had nothing to do with a lack of confidence, right? It had nothing to do with a lack of confidence. Because again, I was attracting women. Like, women would come up to me and tell me they wanted to, be with me. So I never had problems with attracting women. I just couldn't keep them around because I was lame. I was a shy dude, right? But once I got out of that, everything changed, right? So that's my point. All right, so hold on real quick. So Zay says, should you always take a woman out on a date from Tinder? Guys, this is how I'm going to answer your question. When it comes to women, Always do what you want to do, not what you think the woman wants you to do. Okay, let me say that shit again a little slower. When it comes to dealing with women, always, 110% of the time, do what you want to do, not what you think the woman wants you to do, or not what you think you should do based on what society says a man should do. Fuck that. So you even answering that question, you even asking that question rather, suggests that you're very flexible when it comes to women. I'm not flexible. Well, in the bedroom. The only time I'm flexible is in the bedroom. I might be a little flexible when it comes to positions. But beyond that, when it comes to dealing with women, there is nothing flexible about me. Not at all. I'm very rigid. Very rigid. Right? As you guys should be. You don't bend, and you shouldn't be bendable and flexible for women. When women deal with you, they should understand how you move. And that if they want to deal with you, they got to move as you move. They got to move at your pace. And if not, they don't get an opportunity to deal with you. It is what it is. So if you're taking a woman out on a date, take her out on a date because that's what you want to do. Period. There's nothing else to that. So he says, can you give an example of a statement you made to reveal how a woman view you sexually? Bro, guys, there is no magic word or words you can say to make a woman view you sexually. There is no magic words, right? I can go up to, let's say I go up to 100 women and I walk up to them and I introduce myself to them and I say, hey, my name is Carrie, what's your name? And then they tell me your name, and they tell me their name, and I say, look, I'm gonna be honest with you. The only reason I'm even talking to you is because I want to fuck the shit out of you. The only women that I'm gonna have sex with, if I say that, are the women that view me sexually. And it's not because I said those words. It's because more than likely, they already viewed me sexually. I already had them at hello. I don't think guys understand this. A lot of times when you say shit to women and they fuck you quickly, it's not because you said some smooth, suave shit. It's because you were very assertive, very decisive, and they had already decided that you're the type of guy they might want to fuck. And because you actually set about to make something happen, they're with it. I can't tip guys. Okay, so plug Ocho. I'll give you an example of what I mean. I'm gonna tell this story again. Told this story before. The very first time I ever had a threesome. I walked into a club by myself. I'm in this nightclub. Right? I think I was 21. Right? I was 21 years old. Right? So many moons ago. Right? So I'm in this nightclub by myself. As I'm walking around this nightclub, some of y'all have heard this story before, but for those of you who haven't, plug Ocho. I'm answering your question with this story. As I'm walking around, I see two women. Right? I can tell that they're friends. They're together. Right? I see two women. As I'm walking by them, they're looking at me. We're staring at each other. Right? All three of us are staring at each other. Right? So as I get closer and closer to them, right? None of us break eye contact. We're just staring at it. We're gazing at each other, right? So I start to walk by them. Like I'm in front of them. I walk to the side. And as I'm walking by them, I turn around. As I'm turning around, they're turning around. So it's a stare down. So at that juncture, it's very obvious to me that they're interested. It's very obvious to them that I'm interested. So I walk up to them. So as I'm walking up to them, they know I'm coming. They see me coming, right? They know I'm coming to talk to them, right? So as I'm coming to talk to them, they're whispering to each other. They're smiling, looking at me. They're whispering to each other. right? So as soon as I walk up, right, and I introduce myself, right, what do I tell you guys? Never. Now, out of the two women, there was one woman that was more attractive than the other. I wanted her. The other friend, she was all right, right? She was all right, but the other one was way more attractive, right? So I wanted her. I tell you guys, never separate women, right? So what I mean by that is, if you're dealing with a group of women, 2 or more, right? And this is some game right here on just how to talk to a group of women, right? So as I walk up, I introduce myself to the both of them. I shake both their hands. And as I'm introducing myself to the both of them, I notice something. I notice that they're both really into me. Like they're both like just looking at me all googly-eyed. Both of them are. So right away, almost as soon as I said, hi, my name is Carrie, what's your name? Almost immediately after the introduction, I realized, damn, I think I can fuck them both. Right? So after I introduced myself to them, I asked them, ladies, what are you ladies getting into later on? Right? I say something to them. I was 21 years old. It was a long time ago, right? So I say something to the effect of, what are you ladies getting into later on? Or what are you ladies got going on later this evening? I say something like that. And both of them respond in unison. We're going where you're going, or we're getting into what you're getting into, right? That's what they said. So as soon as they responded that way, I said, well, fuck. If it's like that, let's leave right now. That's all I said. The conversation lasted about 2-3 minutes. Exactly what I'm telling you is pretty much how the conversation went and how long the conversation was, right? So to answer your question, you said, can you give an example of a statement you make to reveal how women view you sexually? Sometimes all you got to do is start having a conversation. And women who are instantaneously attracted to you sexually, sometimes, most of the time, they will reveal that to you based on how they're acting. So in that story I just told you, all I had to do was introduce myself to them, and immediately I can see that they're attracted to me. To me, it's obvious, it's clear as day that they're both attracted to me. Not only that, but when I'm talking to them, I'm thinking to myself, I think they want to share me. Like I'm literally thinking this, and I'm thinking back to the moment, like in real time. I'm thinking when I was walking up to them, they both were whispering to each other, and then they looked at me, and then they whispered to each other again. I think that was the moment they decided they was gonna share me. I think they literally talked about sharing this dick, right? So when I started talking to them about, well, hell, if y'all trying to get into what I'm getting into, let's leave right now. And they said, okay. So they hopped in the whip. I took them back to the crib. The fact that it was so easy, that it happened like that, all that did was confirm to me, yep, I think they were talking about sharing me. So my initial instinct as to what I was seeing happened to be right. You know what I'm saying? In that particular moment. Now, I'm not saying it's right all the time, but in that moment it was. Right? Now, okay, hold on real quick. Let me make sure I'm not missing no questions. Okay, real quick. Oh, let me just say this. I told you guys the other friend was like, let me say this. And this is something that I never said publicly. If I would have met the other friend, the less attractive one, if I would have met her by herself, I don't think I would have approached her, right? Because she was, But because I was by myself and I realized that both of them was attracted to me, I felt like if I tried to separate the more attractive one, that she wouldn't have been down to leave with me if her friend couldn't get some. So I literally had to play the role of my own wingman. I literally had to take one for the team. You know what I'm saying? I literally had to have sex with the woman I actually was attracted to the most, but I also had to have sex with the less attractive one. I had to take one for the team at the same time, right? That's how I view that shit. Like, damn, I really don't want to fuck her, but fuck it. You know what I'm saying? 2 for the price of 1. Fuck it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just being honest about that, right? Real quick. Okay, hold on real quick. Let me get back to these questions. All right, now, so guys, I said this earlier about talking to women, right? It's not so much about you being suave or smooth with your words. A lot of it is about timing. It's about timing. It's when you say the things that you say, right? A lot of it is timing. So it's not there's no magic word or magic line you can use to make a woman fuck you, right? And I say that to say this. Once you walk up to a woman, especially if she knows you're coming, if a woman sees that you're approaching her, from the time she sees you, she's already making an assessment with her eyes based on what she sees. She's looking at your face, she's looking at your body, she's looking at your stature, she's looking at your clothes, she's looking at your walk. She's already making an assessment as to whether or not you're the kind of guy she might want to have sex with, right? So the moment you start talking, right? So let's say for the sake of argument, she hasn't come to a conclusion as to whether or not she might want to fuck you, right? She's kind of like, so let me say this. Sometimes when you're walking up to a woman, she already knows based on what she sees, whether or not you're the type of guy she might want to have sex with. She already knows that, right? Right? Because you got to remember, some women are instantaneously sexually attracted to you, like right away. Like before you even say hi, like they already like, oh, he can get it, right? But what happens is, even when a woman thinks that way about you, once you open your mouth and start talking, you can change her mind. You can literally make her say, you know what, I was gonna fuck him, but now I'm not. Or you can make a woman say, you know what, when I first saw him, I mean, I think he's cute, I like the way he dresses, but I mean, he's not really my type. But I like his energy. I like his vibe. I like his charisma. Now he's making me think sexual thoughts where I wasn't really before. I'll give you another prime example. My ex-wife, right? My ex-wife. When I met my ex-wife, now my ex-wife is black, chocolate woman. Very, very, very attractive woman, right? I mean, very, very chocolate attractive woman. When I first met her, she admitted to me that I was not her physical type, right? She said, you're not my physical type. Her physical type, and I talked about this before, her physical type was light-skinned niggas, yellow niggas, mixed niggas, you know what I'm saying? Like, dudes that look like that, dudes with the good hair, right? Her physical type is yellow niggas, right? With colored eyes, green eyes, hazel eyes, who are tall, 6 foot plus, right? That's her physical type. Those type of guys do something for her, right? I'll give you an example. Zach LaVine. If you don't know who Zach LaVine is, he's a basketball player for the Chicago Bulls. Google Zach LaVine. That's her physical type. Guys who look like that, right? I don't look nothing like that. I'm not 6 feet tall, I don't have colored eyes, and I'm not light-skinned, right? So what she said that attracted her to me was she did find me visually attractive, although I wasn't her physical type. She said, I think you're cute, I love the way you dress, and you're extremely confident, and that turns me on, right? So what happened was, once we started talking, and she got a taste of my personality and my unique charm, I drew her in, and that made her want to have sex with me, right? So when she first saw me, I did not have her at hello. She did not see me and say, I want to fuck Carrie. That's not what she thought at all, right? So when I had a conversation with her, but it wasn't anything that I said specifically. It was multiple things that made her sexually attracted to me. Part of it was my personality, right? She thought I was very charming. Part of it was that. Part of it was the fact, this is why when guys say, oh, confidence is overrated. No, it's not. I've had too many women tell me that. I've had too many women that actually I had sex with, women that were sexually attracted to me. I've had too many women tell me, I love your confidence. I've had too many women tell me that for it to be overrated, right? And I know for a fact that women find confidence in a man to be a sexy trait. Now, just because you're confident doesn't mean that women are gonna fuck you though. Let me be clear. But what I'm saying is that confidence matters to women. A man being confident matters, right? And the reason why it matters, I need you guys to understand the reason why it matters. Because your confidence or lack thereof has a drastic impact on the way that you speak, right? Your confidence or lack thereof has a drastic impact on the way that you talk, on the way that you act, and on the way that you conduct yourself. And ultimately, the way that you act, how you talk, the things you talk about, ultimately, those are going to be the things that sway women, right? That makes a woman say yay or nay to sex, right? That's why confidence is important. Now, will confidence alone get you sex? No. But confidence is a key motivating factor for a woman to say, I'm attracted to him, right? This is why if a woman is attracted to you initially, but you come up to her and you're very passive, right? You lack self-assuredness, you can literally turn her off. And the reason why you're going to turn her off is because she's going to be like, damn, girl, he's fine, but he ain't got no confidence. Girl, when he was talking to me, he was talking to me like he's ugly. Girl, he's 6 feet tall and he's chiseled and he's fine, but he was literally talking to me like he's an overweight, unattractive man. Don't he know he fine? Ask women. Women will tell you this. Don't he see how fine he is? Why don't he act like that? Right? Because when women think you are attractive, they're going to automatically assume they're going to get a certain type of experience when they interact with you. So when you come up to a woman and you're very passive, but you're very attractive visually, women are looking at you like, oh my, because now they're wondering, visually he looks so good, why is he so scary? Oh, he must got a small dick. He must be sorry in bed. Even if it's not true, many women are gonna assume that. Just like if you're an average looking guy and you are extremely confident, bordering on arrogance, right? And you come with that big dick energy. Wait a minute, I mean, he's all right looking, but this dude got way too much confidence, you know what I'm saying, for a man who's all right looking. I wonder, do he got a big dick? Because he acting like he knows something I don't know. So she looking at you. So a lot of times your confidence will make women curious, right? And that curiosity and that intrigue is enough for them to go out on a date with you. And then on that date, your consistency with that same level of confidence, that same level of brashness, that same level of bravado, that same level of assertiveness and just pure masculine dominance. When they see you again and they experience that again, now they're like, you know what, fuck that. The way he making me feel, and it happens just that way. So Plug Ultra, to answer your question, don't focus so much on saying words. Focus more on showing up and presenting yourself in a very consistent way where a woman can see how dominant and how masculine you are and how confident and how decisive and assertive you are. Now, is that going to get you sex with every woman you approach? Of course not. But in all likelihood, there will be women who will be turned on by the way that you act, by the way that you speak, by the way that you conduct yourself. You just need to get out of your own way and stop being fixated and focused on words. Okay, all right. So let me get to the next joint. So he says, Zach, how do you go about women who are interested in you but live in a different state? All I do is let them know if they want to catch a flight to come see me, they have an open invitation. Or if they live close enough to drive, they can hop in the whip and they can cross state lines to come see your boy. That's it. I just let them know. But as far as me having continuous like phone conversations, I'm not gonna do that. You know what I'm saying? Now, if we actually start fucking, right? If we start fucking and we decide that it's something that we both want to embark on as far as dealing with each other going forward, then chances are the lines of communication will open, right? And the reason why the lines of communication will open is because she made the investment to come see me. And then once we, do the sex thing, we both like it. We both are feeling each other in that regard. So now we can see, how long we can do this. You know what I'm saying? Is it going to be just this one time? Is it going to be several months? Is it going to be longer than that? Right? So that doesn't mean I don't believe in long distance relationships. So if I'm going to have a situation with a woman who lives in a different state or a different city where we're having sex, then I'll just see her when I see her. Right? If I come to her city or her town or whatever, then if she wants to catch up, we'll catch up. If she comes my way and we want to see each other, we'll see each other. Beyond that, I'm not going to start a full-fledged fucking telethon where I'm talking to her all the time. No, I'm not doing it. Right? I'm not doing it. Right. Anyway, so Dawson Walter says, do girls like when guys say the F word, or should I use vocabulary like hook up? Bro, okay, Dawson, don't concern yourself with women. Don't concern yourself with what women like. Don't do that, right? There's something very disingenuous and very inauthentic about you choosing your words based on what you think a woman may or may not feel as far as her being offended. Now, I just told you a story of me having a threesome, and I never used the word sex. I never used the word hook up, smash. I never said anything about having sex. I implied it by saying, hey, what y'all trying to get into later on? We getting into whatever you getting into. Well, if it's like that, let's leave right now. I implied it, but I already knew that I could have sex with. I knew for a fact that they were sexually attracted to me. Now, once we got back to the crib, they could have changed their minds at any given moment. I mean, they didn't, but they could have. But I knew, as far as sexual attraction, I already knew it was there, right? So there was no need. See, here's the thing. When you know women are sexually attracted to you, you got the cheat code, okay? And what I mean by that is this. Once a woman is sexually attracted to you, you can toy with your words. Meaning, if a woman is already sexually attracted to you, whether you know it or not, right? Because there are going to be some instances where women are sexually attracted to you and they don't show you and they don't say nothing and you don't know it, right? So if you are very sexually explicit with a woman who's sexually attracted to you, that's not going to change her mind. That's not going to make her not want to fuck you. In fact, it might turn her on even more. Okay, see, yeah. Guys, I have never met a woman that doesn't like to be talked dirty to. Ever. I have never met a woman, even a woman who is not sexually attracted to. She likes to be talked dirty to, just not by you. So if you're talking dirty to a woman, quote unquote, and she don't like it, it's because she don't like you like that. She's not sexually attracted to you. So if I walk up to a woman I just met and I say, God damn, girl, that dress is hugging your body, girl. You look, you making me think some very ungodly things right now. God damn it. Hold on, girl. That ass, the way that motherfucker poked, girl, you got me thinking some thoughts. Look, wait a minute. Do you got on panties? I don't see no panty lines, right? If I'm talking to a woman who views me sexually, more than likely, she's probably gonna giggle at me saying that shit. She's probably gonna be like, stop, boy, stop playing. Trying to adjust me with your eyes. She's probably going to engage, right, and have a friendly little flirtatious banter back and forth, right? And she ain't gonna be bothered by me doing that, right? A woman who is not sexually attracted to me is gonna have a problem with me like, ooh, girl, look at that, ooh, that ass, girl. She probably gonna say, nigga, you can't get this, right? So what do I care about a woman who's not sexually attracted to me? What do I care about how she feels about that? What do I care what she has to say? She don't want to fuck me no way. So why would I care about her being offended or upset? Right? So if you want to use the word fuck, sex, right, girl, I'm about to take you home and do some ungodly things to you this evening. Right? However you want to word it, right? Just make sure that the verbiage you use, the vernacular you use, is in alignment with your personality. Don't be saying shit that you heard somebody else say because you think it sounds good. And the reason why you don't want to do that is because when you start saying certain things to women, and the shit that you say, when it sounds smooth, when it sounds suave, and it sounds like some shit a womanizer would say, if a woman doesn't view you that way, it's gonna be unbelievable, right? She's not gonna believe that's you anyway, because she doesn't view you that way, right? Or if you fuck around and say some fly shit to her and she actually likes it, and she actually likes it, she's gonna expect that that's who you are. That's your own unique charm, is that you speak like that, right? I had a client who did that. He said some smooth shit to a woman. She liked it. She was like, ooh, tell me some more. Tell me some more about what you're gonna do to me. And he couldn't say nothing else, because he had that one little line that he heard somebody from the Real Game No Theory say. He had that one little fucking line. He used it. It sparked interest. The woman was into it. But because that's not unique to who he is, he had nothing else to say. And then he tried to manufacture some shit on the spot, and she didn't like it. And she lost interest. And the reason why she lost interest, because the shit he was saying after that shit was not in alignment. This is why you got to be careful what you say, right? Be careful what you say. Make sure that when you speak to women, it's your own unique brand of charm, right? Because you're going to say it with a certain conviction. You're going to say it with a certain level of confidence, with a certain level of zeal, right? You're going to say it a certain way when it's really you, when it's coming from you, when it's really who you are and how you are, right? So I'm not saying that you can't implement certain things that you hear, but you need to be able to incorporate that in such a way where you can build around it, right? You can build around certain things that you hear. But if you can't build around it, you... Come on, man. All right, so he says, Zach, for you, is being sexually direct the best way to get women to reveal which side of the fence they're on with you? You don't have to be sexually direct all the time. Okay. Again, I'm gonna go back to the threesome. I wasn't sexually direct, but I already knew. Again, once I introduced myself to these women, I already knew they were feeling me sexually. But see, being direct with women, it's not about having sex, right? I need you guys to understand. This is why guys say, oh, being direct doesn't work. It's not about having sex, right? You can be indirect and still have sex, right? I need you guys to understand. You can be passive and still have sex. It's just you're going about it the scenic. You're taking a scenic route to the pussy. You're taking a long way, right? I don't want to do that, right? But also, I have a very authoritative, dominant personality, right? So how I speak to women is in alignment with how I am naturally, right? Right? That's just who I am, like in my day-to-day life. I have a certain way that I conduct myself. I have a certain way that I speak, right? So the way I speak to women is not based on what I think a woman wants to hear. It's just based on me being me. But in the process of me being me and dealing with a bunch of women over the years, I just know women like it, right? So, but I'm not doing it because I think women like it. I'm doing it because that's me. It just so happens to be that women who are attracted to me like the way I am. I ain't got to change nothing, right? So being sexually direct with women is not necessarily about having sex. It's really about getting women to reveal to you how they view you, so you'll know which women to keep fucking with, right? Because once you get a woman to reveal to you how she views you, you'll know right away. All right, she views me sexually, right? So even once you come to the conclusion that a woman views you sexually, and you know beyond a shadow of a doubt that if you wanted to have sex right now, she will, now you can take your time and do what you want to do. Now that you have the information that you need, now you know what to do. You can be like, you know what? I could fuck her tonight, but I'm not. Shout out to the homie Steve. I'm gonna let it marinate. I know I can fuck her if I want to, but I don't want to fuck her now. Okay, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna withhold the dick because I can, because I want to. So us not having sex right away has nothing to do with me following her. Us not having sex right away is because that's what I want to do. And she's following my lead because she wants me, right? So basically, you need to know how a woman views you so you know whether or not to keep dealing with her. It makes no sense to take a woman out on 2, 3, 4, 5 dates and you don't even know if she views you sexually. You don't even know. That, to me, that's a waste of fucking time. Right? And it's not about fucking her right away. It's not about that. It's about you having the information you need to have to know whether or not she is a waste of your time. That's all that it is. See, if guys, it's okay to be sexually attracted to a woman. It's okay for you to let women know that you view them sexually. There's nothing wrong with that. Right? Because once you let a woman know that you view, and there's a multitude of ways to do that, right? You don't gotta mention the word fuck or sex to get women to let women know how you view them. But once you let a woman know that you view her sexually through a combination of your words and your actions, women have no choice but to reveal to you how they view you. See, the indirect passive shit, offering women multiple dates and all that other shit, you give women too much wiggle room to play with you. You give women too much room, right? Because now the woman knows, okay, he's passive. I can tell that he's purposely staying away from sex. So in her mind, you're playing, especially a woman that doesn't want to fuck you, you're playing into her hands. Because now she's like, cool, right? He ain't mentioning sex, right? So all I gotta do is play the role that I need to play. I know he wants to fuck me, but because he's not mentioning sex, that means all I got to do is act cool. All I got to do is act like I like him, smile, laugh at his jokes. If he wants my phone number, I'll give it to him. If he wants to go out on a date, I'll go, right? And she knows that you want to fuck, and she knows based on how you're acting that you're willing to talk to her on the phone whenever she wants. You're willing to offer her multiple dates. Because she knows that you think you can fuck. She knows you believe that you can fuck because she's giving you the misleading impression that you can. Right? That's why being passive and indirect works against you, because you give women too much time to play with you. Being direct cuts a woman off at the knees. She can't play with you. She has to reveal to you. Right? Look, I'm going to say something. And women know this is true. Any woman that's listening outside of Renee, women know this is true. This is why there's two reasons why a woman will call a man thirsty. Okay, listen to what I'm telling you. There's two main reasons why a woman will call a man thirsty for sex. Two main reasons. if you beg for sex, if you are begging a woman for sex, or if you're trying to fly a woman out, or if you're trying to take women out on extravagant dates and they don't want to fuck you, they're going to think you're thirsty because of everything that you're trying to do. If a woman flakes, like if you offer a date and a woman flakes and you offer another date, she knows you're thirsty. If a woman can be disrespectful and talk to you sideways and you're still trying to fuck her, she knows you're thirsty for sex. Like, the real definition of thirsty is you trying to have sex with a woman who is not showing you any sexual interest, but you keep trying, right? Whether it's spending money, whether it's trying to talk to her on the phone and allowing access to you for her to call and text whenever she wants. That's the true definition of thirsty. Double texting, all of that. The other reason why a woman will call a man thirsty is when you let her know you want to fuck right away. Listen to what I'm telling you. If you let a woman know you want to fuck right away and you really don't give her no other options, like she either got to fuck with you on a sex tip or you ain't going to fuck with her, the only woman that will call a man thirsty who brings up sex quickly is a woman that's not sexually attracted to you. And the reason why, I need you guys to understand what I'm saying. The reason why women call men thirsty who bring up sex quick is because, one, they're not sexually attracted to you, and two, they can't control the narrative. I need you guys to understand what I just said. If you bring up sex quickly and you pretty much let women know that if they're going to get any of your time, it's going to be in the bedroom, and they call you thirsty, they can't control the narrative. And what I mean by that is you'll have some women that have plans for you. Okay, listen to what I'm telling you. You guys, there will be some women you deal with who are not sexually attracted to you. They don't want to fuck you, but they have plans for you. And their plans don't include sex. Their plans include friend zone, maybe. Their plan includes seeing if they can get some dates out of you. Their plans include maybe trying to get you to pay some bills, whatever it is. The moment you let women know, oh, no, baby girl, we fucking or we ain't doing nothing. Now, you have impacted her ability to play the role of a chameleon. You impacted her role to get you to believe that she's a quote-unquote good girl, right? She can't control the narrative. So you pissed her off, is what you did. I need you guys to understand. See what I'm telling you. A woman who is not sexually attracted to you, who doesn't want to use you, is not going to be mad because you brought up sex. She'll just tell you in a very polite way, sir, that's not going to happen. I'm not interested. I'm flattered, but I'm not interested. And she'll just walk off. But a woman who gets very upset or gets very pissed, right? Oftentimes, especially a woman who was showing signs that she was down to talk to you and engage you, but she gets very upset, it's because you cut her off at the knees. She can't control the narrative, and she can't have you believe that she's the good girl that you can wife up or that you can date seriously. So she knows, because you're bringing up sex so soon, that the chances of you offering a date and her getting some free meals or whatever out of you, she knows that she can't get that now. Right? I need you guys to understand that. This is why I don't play with women. I don't play with women. They can't do that to me. Right? This is why I say I've never been used. I've never been played by a woman. And dog with the 5, he said, just wanted to support the show, UNARC, the main ones who teach the direct approach, which is the best approach, and indirect. Yeah. Now, and I said this, there's a multitude of ways to get sex from women. I mean, you can pay for it outright, on some trick and shit. You can wine and dine women. I mean, yeah. But a lot of times you're dealing with women on their terms. For me to deal with a woman on her terms, to try and get to the sex, for me, I feel like I'm compromising my manhood. I feel like I'm compromising my dignity. I can't do that. I can't compromise my dignity for sex. I can't. It's not worth it to me. There is no woman that's pretty enough. There's no ass that's fat enough for me to compromise my manhood or my dignity for. Right? If I gotta lie to a woman to get sex, it's not worth it. If I gotta spend money on a woman to get sex, it's not worth it to me. If I gotta spend a lot of non-sexual time and attention dating a woman or talking on the phone about a bunch of nothing in hopes that one day she'll have sex with me, it's not worth it to me. Right? Because I need guys to understand how you get sex matters. And the reason why it matters is because how you get sex is directly correlated to the treatment that you get from women. Okay, let me say that shit again for the motherfuckers in the back. How you get sex from women, how you acquire the sex, is directly correlated to the treatment that you get from women. Let me illustrate my point. Let me elaborate. So, if a woman convinces you to wait for sex, if she withholds sex, and you follow her lead, and let's say, for the sake of argument, she makes you wait a month and a half, and let's say during that month and a half, you take her out on 4 dates, and you spend a lot of time on the phone with her. You talk to her a couple of days out of the week, you text back and forth, and then y'all finally have sex, right? And here's the danger of allowing women to withhold sex. Here's the fallout. Here's the potential ramifications, right? So you can get sex, right? You can acquire it, right? But here's the problem with that. Now that you've shown her that you're willing to wait and that you're willing to allow her to control sex, she knows she can do it, right? So now, because you took her out on multiple dates, you spent some money, you gave her a lot of non-sexual time, attention, and energy. Now, when she finally has sex with you, the sex is tied to all of that shit you were doing. Because all she really did was she negotiated with you. When you wait for sex, it's a negotiation. What can you do for me? What can I get out of you? And depending on what you got to give me and offer me, I'll determine whether or not that's worth me giving you some pussy. That's what you're doing, okay? You're negotiating with the woman, right? You're bartering with her. So what happens is, once a woman realizes that, consciously and subconsciously, if you guys deal with each other months, years into the future, and Lord forbid you end up in a relationship with that type of woman, now your sex life is controlled by her. And it's controlled by your ability to do shit for her first. This is why you'll hear guys say, yeah, man, me and my woman hadn't had sex in like a month. And I went to her and I told her, what's up? And she said, I don't feel like you're servicing my emotion. I don't feel like you're taking me seriously enough. You don't take me out as much as you used to. I mean, we haven't had a trip in over a year. And then you proceed to start taking her out more often. And then she gives you sex. He said it right there. It becomes transactional. Now the sex is directly tied to dates. The sex is directly tied to trips. The sex is directly tied to the spending of money. So all you really got, you got into a relationship with a call girl. And I don't mean that literally, I mean that figuratively, right? You're literally leasing a girlfriend. You're renting a girlfriend, right? So in order for you to get sex, you gotta negotiate with her. And you might not need to give her money, but you gotta spend it on her though. Well, what man in his right mind would want that type of relationship? Now, let me say this about all relationships are transactional. Let me be clear. And shout out to the homie Lacaria. Because at first I didn't see it that way. At first, I refused to see it that way. But Lucario said some shit years ago that makes sense to me. All relationships are transactional. Okay, let me explain what I mean. When you talk about dealing with women on a romantic and or sexual level, okay, nobody wants to give something and get nothing in return. Okay, nobody wants to give something and get nothing in return, right? So when a woman is sexually attracted to you, all she really wants is dick and time. Okay, let me say that shit again. When a woman is sexually attracted to you, all she really wants is dick and time. Good dick. Dick and time. She wants your time and she wants your dick. That's it. Right? That's the transaction. I'm going to lay down. I'm going to surrender my body to you. Hopefully you're good in bed and you can pleasure me sexually. And if you can, now peep where I'm going. Because you and a woman being sexually attracted to each other doesn't guarantee a great sexual experience. But once you guys have sex and she thoroughly enjoys it, she wants you to replicate. Whatever you did to her in bed, she wants you to replicate it, right? So all she requires is good dick and time, right? Because in order for her to get to your dick, you got to give her time, right? That's the transaction. The problem is when you're dealing with a woman who is either one, not sexually attracted to you, the transaction or the compensation is money, right? Either you put money in her hands, or you're paying a bill, or you're spending money on her. You're buying her shit. You're doing shit for her that costs money. That's the transaction. You do this for me, I'll give you some time. Or I'll give you the misleading impression that sex can happen. And the moment you get pushy about the sex, I'll realize I've taken this charade as far as I can go, and I'll drop you. Right? See, the friend zone is a very ingenious way. I said ingenious. a very genius way. The friend zone is a very genius way for women to have unlimited access to a man's resources without fucking. That's what the friend zone really is. It's, I'm gonna have this guy as my friend, and I'm gonna tell him how much I love him, and he's my bestie, and I'm so glad that I met him, and I need him, and without him, my life would be miserable. He's such a great, wonderful friend. And she's gonna tell you these things, right? Because she wants unlimited access to your resources. Now, your resources is not just your money. Your resources is your ear to listen to all her fucking problems. It's a shoulder to cry on when she's complaining about the guy she really wants to fuck, right? And you give great advice. Guys in the friend zone give great advice. She loves your advice. She goes to you for all her man problems, right? So that's her way to have unlimited access to your resources, which is your money, your time, right? Without having to fuck you, right? Shout out to women who were able to exploit that. Okay, I can't even be mad at them. I can't be mad at women for that. They can't do that to me though. They can't do that to me though. You know what I'm saying? Not at all. Not at all. And I'm gonna tell you straight up, the only way I would deal with a woman, there's only two ways I would deal with a woman that I was initially sexually attracted to, but she don't want to fuck. There's only two ways I would deal with her. Is if she can cook really good. No, three ways. I gotta adjust it. There's only three ways I would deal with a woman whom I was sexually attracted to, but she don't want to fuck. Only three ways. Either she can cook really good and she's feeding me, I'll deal with her then, right? And or she has a bunch of attractive friends that she's hooking me up with. And I've had that happen. I actually had a chick that I met, and at first I was sexually attracted to her, and she straight up told me, you ain't my type, but I have girlfriends who might like you. When she said, I have girlfriends who might like you, I'm like, introduce me. She's like, okay. So I started meeting her friends, and I started fucking a couple of them. Hey, we can kick it then. I'll be. Now, I'm not spending no money on you though. I'm not spending no money on you. I don't give a fuck. Even if you cook it, I'm not. Now I'll buy the ingredients and you cook it, and I'll eat the shit, right? But as far as like taking a woman out on dates and spending time with her, I'm not gonna do that, right? But I'll kick it with you though. You know what I'm saying? Like if you tell me, hey, me and my friends are at this bar, I want to introduce you to them. All right, what bar, right? But I'm not buying nobody no drinks though. I'm not doing that either. You know what I'm saying? I'm not spending I'm not no sucker. You know what I'm saying? Right? I'm not no sucker, right? And the third way I would deal with a woman is that if I can make money with her. If dealing with her gets me access to people I can make money with, or if I can network with her and I can make money with her, I don't fuck the sex. I don't even need the sex. The money is more important, right? I will always choose money over sex. So if I'm dealing with a woman and I can make money with her, but she don't want to fuck me, cool. Then cool. And if I'm making money with her, like if she's the reason why I've increased my cash flow, I don't mind taking her out for a drink. We can have like a little business dinner. But I'm making money, you know what I'm saying, with her. So the dinner is being paid for with the money I'm making. So I'm not tripping. Beyond that, I'm not dealing with no chick though. You know what I'm saying? If she ain't bringing women my way, money my way, or some food, if she ain't trying to fuck, I ain't fucking with her. You know what I'm saying? Straight up and down. All right, so let me make sure I didn't miss any. Let me get rid of that. Real quick. Renee, I appreciate you, baby girl. Gang Kings 2, The Definition of Man, documentary screening, right? Miami, October 26th. If y'all got the bread, if you got the cheese, you got the scratch, the skrilla, the dough, come through. Okay, yours truly, I'll be there. Everything is booked. You know what I'm saying? I'll be there. You know what I'm saying? There's some more questions. Hold on real quick. Okay. So Raymond Burnett says, do you need to lay out rules prior to saying, or should we expect the woman to act accordingly? Okay. Here's the thing. There is a saying. And that saying is less is more. Right? Here's the thing with words, right? And I'm about to elaborate what I mean with that. Hold on real quick. Let me just get rid of some shit so I don't duplicate any questions and shit. Okay. Here's the thing with words. Women don't listen to nothing men say if your actions don't match. Women will always go by your actions, right? So your actions will always be the barometer that women use to kind of judge you as far as your leadership capabilities or their willingness to submit to you or to follow you, how you behave, how you conduct yourself, how you act. They're going to go by that. They're going to take their marching orders from how you act. What you say means nothing to women if how you act is not in alignment. Now, if what you say and what you do is consistent and congruent, now your words carry weight. Your words carry weight when you are a man of your word. And when women know, I can set my watch by this man's word. I know when he says something, he's about what he talk about. When he says something, he does what he says. When he speaks, he doesn't mince his words. I know this man is serious. When he says something to me, I listen because I know this man don't play. But the reason why she knows that is because your actions are always in alignment with what you say. I'll give you an example of what I mean. If you tell a woman, I don't want a relationship, I don't want a girlfriend, I'm not looking for nothing serious, A lot of guys think telling women that solves any problem. No, it doesn't. You telling a woman that doesn't mean anything, right? What I mean by that is this. If you tell a woman, I'm not looking to be in a serious committed relationship, I'm not looking for anything serious, I'm just looking to have some fun. And then you proceed to spend the night with her, take showers with her, watch movies with her, take trips with her. Like if you are in a sports league and you invite her to your, as an example, hockey. I'm invited to my hockey, and you start to do a bunch of non-sexual shit with her. 9 times out of 10, women are gonna think you want to be in a relationship. Or they're gonna think that you're changing your mind. Oh, well, I know at first he said he didn't want anything serious, but based on how he's acting and based on what he's letting me do, like if a woman convinces you to take showers with her after y'all fuck, if a woman talks you into allowing her to spend a night, if a woman talks you into, hey, let's order in and watch a movie together before we have sex or after we have sex. If a woman convinces you to do these things, right? Regardless of what you're saying, she's gonna believe that you're caving, that you really want something too. And she's gonna allow her emotions to be influenced by what you're actually doing, right? This is why people say you don't gotta lie to women, they'll lie to themselves, because your actions can give women the misleading impression that they're actually already your girlfriend. Listen to what I just said. Your actions can give women the misleading impression that they are already in a relationship with you. Because most people who get into a relationship quickly, like after 2, 3, 4 months, most people who get into a relationship that quick, most relationships like that just happen. They don't really even talk about it. It's just one day, she's my girlfriend. One day, he's my boyfriend, right? So based on how you're moving, you're acting like a boyfriend and you're treating her like a girlfriend with all these different dates that you're doing. You're fucking spending the night with her and you're spooning and she's laying on your chest and she's picking at your chest hair, that she's doing circles around your nipples and shit, talking to you about her life, and you're holding her in your arm and you're moving her hair behind, you're taking her hair and you're moving it behind her ear, you're kissing her on her forehead. I'm so glad you're here, girl. You're so nice and warm. And you grab her leg and throw it across your midsection and shit. All that type of shit, that's what boyfriends do. But a lot of you guys, when you're casually dealing with women, y'all do that type of shit. And guys, I get it. I know why y'all do it. I know. I have clients that do that shit. And they have drama. And there was a particular client that I spoke to today or yesterday. Because we already past midnight. There was a client I spoke to. And he did that. And he has drama in his situation. Because he's treating a woman like a girlfriend. So she literally told people, he's my boyfriend. And he's like, no, that's not my girlfriend. And I'm like, bruh, she's running around telling people that you're her boyfriend because you act like it. And I know why you guys do it. Guys, I get it. It feels good. It feels good to have a woman give a fuck about you. It feels good to have a woman cook for you and feed you. It feels good to have a woman lay up all on you and she wants to be close to you and she wants to talk to you and see you all the time and she misses you and all of that. I get it. I understand. It feels good. I get it. But you're creating drama in your life. When you do that and you don't want to actually be in a relationship with the woman, you're creating drama. You're creating stress in your situation because now you're always having to have these conversations with women. Girl, I already told you I ain't your boyfriend. I feel like you're playing with my emotions and it's just sad that, I feel this way and you don't take me seriously and I feel like you really don't love me. I got a client who's going through that type of shit. This is why I tell you guys, stop introducing all that non-sexual shit until the woman has shown you over an extended period of time that she's the type of woman that you consider to be girlfriend or wifey material. You should not be doing no romantic shit with a woman that's not already your girlfriend, or at the bare minimum, you look at her as a girlfriend. Like you look at her like, you know, this might be a woman I can marry one day. If you don't view a woman that way, then you never introduce romance to that woman, because you're going to create drama for yourself. You're going to get her used to that. And what happens is, let me just say this, a lot of times when you guys start doing all that fly shit too soon, a lot of times you do it because the woman is pretty and you want to have sex with her. So you kind of want to impress her a little bit. And sometimes it works. Sometimes you introduce all that fly shit and you get some pussy. But what happens inevitably a lot of times is over time, you realize, man, you know, she don't suck dick. And when she does, she sucks at it. You know, when it comes to sex, she's not really adventurous. She's kind of a lazy leg. And then you begin to realize you don't like her like you thought, right? You're not really feeling her like you thought you would. I see it all the time. So once you realize I've already fucked her a couple of times, the sex is boring, then you begin to look for an out. You begin to look for a way to pull back. Now you don't want to talk to her on the phone like you used to. Now you're ducking her text messages. When before you responded quickly, right? Right? You don't want to go out on no dates no more. You're like, man, I don't want to spend no money on this chick. Now you like, man, I do not want to spend time with this chick unless we fucking. Unless I'm horny and want to get a nut, I really don't want to talk to her. But because you already introduced all that other shit, it's too late. The only thing you can do now is to leave her alone. Because the moment you stop doing the dates, the moment you stop letting her spend the night, she gonna call you out. She gonna stop fucking with you anyway. Why? Because you introduced all that shit too soon and she got used to it, right? So when you say, do you lay out the rules? No, you don't gotta lay out no rules. But the only time you need to really say anything to women is when she's confused about something. When she needs some clarification. Like that story I told you about the chick who, when I showed up to her house, she wasn't ready. And then the second time she did it, I just left her. And I didn't take her out that night, right? But before those two incidents, I didn't say, hey, when I take you out, you make sure you're ready. Because I don't play that shit. I didn't say all of that, right? I gave her the benefit of the doubt. And I wanted to see what she would do on her own. And what she showed me is that she needs some direction. She needs some behavior modification. And the way that I'm gonna help her with this behavior modification, the first time I'm gonna tell her. I'm gonna tell her what I expect from her when I'm picking her up. If that don't work, if that don't get her attention, the next time I'm gonna provide a consequence. I'm gonna show her I'm not playing. If that don't work, then I just take it away altogether. So the second time when I showed up and she wasn't ready, I just left her. I didn't take her out. And I told her, do you get it now? And I told her, I said, look, we don't gotta go out on no dates ever again. I don't gotta take you out ever again. I could just fuck you. I literally told her this. I can just fuck you. When I call you up, I can just set up a sexual rendezvous if you with it, and all we do is fuck. I can, because I'm dating this woman. I'm literally dating this woman as if she's gonna be my next girlfriend. That's how I'm treating her, right? So I'm telling her, I ain't even gotta do that no more. What I'll do is, I'll demote you back down to fuck buddy, and I'll just give you dick. No more dates. We're not going, on a non-sexual tip, I won't spend no more time with you. Just fuck it. I'm like, is that what you want? She's like, no. I be late one more time. Let there be a third time where you're not ready. I would never take you out ever again, ever. And if you got a problem with that, then we ain't even got to fuck no more, right? So I told her this, right? But before I told her this, I'm showing her that I don't appreciate the fact that she don't respect my time. But in the very beginning, you don't need to hit women with a bunch of rules. Like, I don't like this. I prefer this. No. Sometimes show women with your actions. Look, I'll give you an example of how you can show women that you're serious about time. You be on time. You never be late. You or be a little early, all the time. Be consistent with you being on time. She's gonna notice that. Now, it doesn't mean that she won't slip up, but she's gonna notice that. So the best way to show women shit is by doing shit. You know what I'm saying? And being consistent about what you do. And then if that don't get it, provide women some clarification, right? Provide them with some instructions. You know what I'm saying? As far as what you expect. And if that don't get it, then you got to do something. You either got to pull back on what you were doing, or you got to just charge them and not fuck with them at all. You got a choice. So he says, how could we message the woman that we used to be sexually interested in, but we split due to an amicable term? Well, when you say sexually interested in, you mean never had sex with? Right? So when you say sexually interested in, that signifies to me that this was a woman that you were sexually interested in, but y'all never fucked. This is how I would answer your question. If I dealt with a woman, now if she was trying to withhold sex from me, if she was trying to withhold sex from me, depending on the scenario, number one, I would never reach out to her. I'll tell you that. If I was dealing with a woman who was trying to withhold sex, I would never reach out to her. Ever. I would never. And if she reached out to me, depending on how I feel, I'm either gonna tell her I'm not interested, or I'm gonna tell her straight up. You know what it is. If a woman called me or text me that I hadn't fucked before, and if she called me or text me months later or whatever, I'm gonna let her know. You know what it is. I'm saying, if you want this dick, come on through. If not, don't call me no more. Don't be calling me and texting me if you don't want this dick, right? That's how I would handle that. If she reached out to me. But ain't no way in hell I'm reaching out to a woman that I was sexually interested in that purposely withheld sex. I'm not fucking with her. You know what I'm saying? It ain't happening. Okay, this says, hey, there's women who are wanting to get back together after splitting. How would you go about? Bro, you asked the same question twice. I told you guys, stop recycling women. Stop recycling women. I would say this, your best bet is just to move on. I would also say this, if you and the woman used to have sex, but y'all were never in a relationship, maybe you guys just kind of was dealing with each other casually, or you used to date, or even if you were in a relationship, if there was any disrespect, any drama, any toxicity with that interaction, you never rekindle that flame. You leave it alone, right? The only time you even consider it is if the split was amicable and both of you guys were respectful. Like, let's say for the sake of argument, you were dating a woman, but you weren't seeing her seriously. You guys were, kicking it. You were doing a lot of fucking, but you were also going on dates every now and again. And let's say you knew she was seeing other men and you didn't care. And you shouldn't care anyway. If she ain't your girl, you shouldn't care. But let's say she told you, hey, I'm seeing this other guy. He actually wants to embark on a relationship. I think I'm gonna go ahead and see where that leads. And then she wants to stop fucking you, right? So let's say later on, she wants to come back. I don't have no problem with that, right? Because she's allowed to go pursue something that she thinks is better for her. If she thinks another man can provide something that's more suitable for what she wants, I encourage women, go over there to that guy. He's willing to live with you. I'm not. Go to him. He wants to marry you. I don't. Go to him. And I literally had a girlfriend. We were living together and everything. And she said she wanted to be married. And I said, I don't want to be married. But if you want to go, look for your future husband, then by all means, go. Right? I gave her my blessing to go find a man that wants to marry her, even though we are in a full-blown relationship. I don't believe in trying to cuff women. Okay, I want women to go find. If I'm not willing to give a woman something that she wants, go get it from somebody else. I'm not gonna give it to you, and we're not gonna argue about that shit either. We're not gonna go back and forth about the shit I'm not willing to give you. You know what I'm saying? Because the moment it becomes a point of contention where you want to keep going back and forth about it, I'll just fucking drop you. I'll leave you alone. You know what I'm saying? So I'll give women my blessing. Hey, go find that motherfucker. Go. Or that guy right there, he seems like a good guy, right? He seems like the guy, he'll pay all your bills. You better off going with him. Because I'm not paying all the bills. So you need to go with him. But what happens is, oftentimes, that's not the guy that they really like. That's not the guy that they're sexually attracted to. You are. You're the one that they really like. You're the one, right? So they'll go over there and then they'll come back. That's cool. There's nothing wrong with that if she comes back. But she got to understand, you're still not going to get no relationship though. Okay? We're going to pick up right where we left off with the fucking. Okay, and it's going to be what it always was. It ain't going to be nothing different. As long as the woman understands that, do what you do. All right? So he says, Zach, I heard you saying videos and live stream, you never asked a woman to be your girl. Nope. Why is that? Should all men have that same mindset? I'm not going to say all men should have that same mindset. I will say, in my earnest opinion, that a lot of men would be better off. Okay, the reason why I never looked for a girlfriend, the reason why I never asked a woman to be my woman, because I like being single. I really like being single, right? So I've never had this desire to have a woman up under me, right? This is why even in relationship, right? I've been married, I've been in a relationship. Even when I'm in a monogamous relationship, I covet my alone time. You know what I'm saying? So if I'm in a relationship and a woman wants to go out once or twice a week, every week, she ain't getting that from me, right? I'm not doing it, right? Because that's not what I do, so you're not going to get that from me. If a woman wants to be up under me every day of the week, 7 to 8, I don't care if we live together or not. I might see you 7 days a week, but I ain't got to be around you like that. I'm saying I ain't got to be up under you. You ain't got. I don't like that shit. I like my alone time, right? I don't like clingy chicks. I can't stand that shit, right? So I never asked a woman to be my girlfriend because I don't really care about getting into a relationship like that. I have no problem getting into a relationship if I feel like the timing is right and the woman is right for me, right? So I want you guys to think about something. Think about it like this. When you apply for a job and you need a job, right? When you apply for a job, who has the leverage, right? The company does. Because see, the company don't need you. There's plenty of people who are applying for the job, right? The company is good. There's always going to be a never-ending array of talent that they can pull from to fill positions, right? They're always going to be able to hire somebody to fill a vacant position. When somebody leaves or get fired, they know they're going to find somebody. So they're not pressed to hire you. And you guys understand that. They're not pressed to hire you, right? But you need that job, right? So because they're not pressed to hire you, you got to show them why they should hire you. That's exactly how I look at females who want to be in relationships, right? So if a woman wants to be in a relationship, show me why. Like I literally had women who, when we actually got into a relationship, they would say, have you ever thought about us living together? And if I wasn't ready for that, I would just tell them, nah, it ain't gonna happen. Timing is off, not now. But if I felt like, all right, this is something that I might want to embark on, my mentality to the woman is, what is it worth to you? Because remember, she's coming to me, I'm not coming to her, right? And even when women wanted to be married, they always came to me first. Which is why I never understood when people do public when people try to publicly ask for a woman's hand in marriage and a woman says no, Like, how would you not know she doesn't want to marry you? Like, she ain't never came to you and told you that she wanted to marry you? Right? Every relationship I've ever had, a woman wanted to marry me. Every single one, right? Now, did I want to marry them? Not every single one, but women always came to me. When a woman wanted to be my girlfriend, they came to me first. When a woman wanted to cohabitate, they came to me, right? So I'm just sitting back like, what's it worth it to you? What's it worth to you? How bad do you want it? Right? Oh, you want to be my girlfriend? Really? What's it worth to you? What are you willing to do? Right? Because it don't matter to me. And here's the funny thing about it. All those women who wanted to be my girlfriend and I said, okay, cool, let's do it. I already identified that they had girlfriend qualities before they even brought it to my attention. So although I know I'm dating this woman who is girlfriend and or wifey material, I know she's girlfriend or wifey material, right? But my thing is, what do I tell you guys? I give women free will. So although I know you're girlfriend, wifey material, I know you're still dating. So I feel like me asking a woman to be my girlfriend, I feel like it's me trying to cuff her. I feel like it's me trying to take her off the dating market. To me, that's unsettling. To me, I'm not saying for anybody else. For me, no. When a woman, I feel like if a woman wants to be with me and only me, and she's tired of juggling men, and she wants me, I feel like she'll come to me and let me know. And if I feel like she's girlfriend material, then I'll grant her that. I'll be like, all right, cool. I mean, back when I was monogamous, I'm not monogamous now, and I'm not opposed to getting into a relationship, but if I got into a relationship now, it would be non-monogamous, right? It would be, but even then, I still wouldn't tell a woman, I want to be, no, I'm not doing it, right? And the main reason is I have leverage, right? I have leverage because we both, if I say yes, I'll be your man, it's obvious we both want the same thing. You see what I'm saying? The woman and I want the same thing. She wants it more than I do because she's asking me. I'm not asking her to be my woman. So she wants it more than me, right? When somebody wants something more than you can, when someone sees the value in something and they want it more than you, it's almost like you can name your price for it. I'll give you an example, right? I'm a big fan of Chevrolet Impalas, the 1996 body style. I love the 1996 body style. If I can find one in pristine condition that a guy is willing to sell, I'll buy it, right? Now, it's extremely hard to find a Chevrolet Impala 1996, right? It's very hard to find one that's in mint condition. And if you do find a guy that has one that's in mint condition and he's willing to sell, he's gonna sell it to you for more than what the Blue Book value is. So let's say for the sake of argument, the Blue Book value is $16,000. I don't know what it is. I'm just throwing a number. Let's say the Blue Book value, the Kelly Blue Book value is $16,000. I might say, I'm willing to pay 16, maybe 17,000. Because he knows I want that car. And he knows I really like it. He can sit back and say, what's it worth it? What's it worth to you? Can you find another Chevrolet Impala that's in this type of condition? And if I say, man, it took me years to find this one. Now he knows how hard it is to find one that's in pristine condition. What's it worth to you? So if I say, I'll give you 17,000, he'll say, nah, 25. Right? And if I say the Kelly Blue Book is only 16, I don't care what the Kelly Blue Book says. What's it worth to you? Because he knows how bad I want it. That's how I treat relationships. How bad do you want it? What are you willing to do? This is why when guys say, oh, you can't be with a woman who makes more than you and she pays more of the bills, you're going to have problems. That's not true. That's not true. I've had relationships with women who made more money than me. One time the woman made twice as much. I never had no issues with that. And the women who made more money than me, guess who paid more of the bills? They did. They did. Why? Again, you want to be my girlfriend, right? What's it worth to you? Or you want to cohabitate? What's it worth to you? Right? The rent is $2,000 a month. Right? I'll give you an example. Let's say I have an apartment and I'm paying $900 a month for my apartment. And this woman wants to cohabitate, right? She wants to move into a bigger place, a house. And let's say the rent is $2,000. I'm paying $900 for this apartment. So $2,000, right? I'm paying $900. If I agree to move into that house, guess what I'm paying? $900. Why would I pay more than $900? I'm paying $900. Why would I move into that bigger place and spend more money? I already got a roof over. I don't need this woman. I don't need her to survive. I don't need her to pay my bills. I already got a house. Or not a house. I already got a roof over my head. I'm quite comfortable right here paying this little $900 a month. So if you want to move in that $2,000 a month place, I got $900 on that $2,000. You got the $1,100? If you got the $1,100, we can move there. That's exactly how I do it. Right? If the woman makes more than me, if she makes more than me, and if I make more than her, then it's different. Then I don't mind, doing a different split if I make more than her. But if she make more than me, best believe she paying more of the bills. And I don't give a fuck what nobody got to say about it. You know what I'm saying? That's just how I roll. That's how I do it. You know what I'm saying? Can you honestly ask about her status on the first status? You mean girlfriend, boyfriend? Bro, I've never asked a woman that shit. I don't ask a woman if she has a significant other or is she dating other people. I don't care. Guys, you got to train yourself not to care what women do. Like, you got to remember, both men and women got to remember this. You guys are complete strangers. I don't know her. She don't know me. I don't owe her anything, and she don't owe me anything either. So why would I care what she's doing? All I care about is this. If I set up a date, is she gonna be on time to that date? That's all I care about. If I ask her to come by the crib, is she gonna come by the crib? And is she gonna be on time? That's it. And then the next week, if I tell her I want to see her and I give her a time, is she gonna be there on time? And then the next time we see each other, so forth and so on. All I give a fuck about is when I want to see you and I tell you a time and you agree to that time, are you gonna be where you're supposed to be on time? That's all I give a fuck about. I don't give a fuck what else you're doing outside of that. Be where you're supposed to be when you're supposed to be there. That's all I give a fuck about in the beginning. Yeah, bro. I see him all the time. But y'all have no, bro. If I can find one, bro, I will spend more. I will spend a few thousand. Now, if the blue book says 16,000, I might go to 20. I wouldn't go to 25. So I'm willing to pay more than the blue book. Why? Because that's how much is worth. That's how much I value that particular body style. Is I'm willing to pay more for it. It's just like a relationship. Is the more people value you, the more they're willing to invest to get you. Okay, let me say that shit again. The more a woman values you, the more she's willing to invest to have you choose her, right? She wants to be chose, right? She wants to be chose by you, right? So see, when a woman wants to be chose by you, she's gonna invest more than a woman that you're trying to get to choose you. Let me say that shit again. I'm gonna say it a little slower. When a woman wants to be chose by you, she's going to invest way more than a woman that you're trying to get to choose you. This is why you will have some women, they'll spend money on a man over here, but they will not spend money on a man over here. And the reason why they won't spend money on him is because I don't have to invest in him to get him how I want him. But if I want him a certain way, if I want more than just his dick, if I want him to look at me seriously, I gotta invest way more than just my body. With him, all I gotta do is look pretty and give him sex, and he'll give me what I'm looking for. Right? This is why women will do one thing for one guy and not another for another guy. It's because I don't gotta invest in him. And guys get mad at that shit. Why you getting mad? Why you getting mad, bro? Like, and I did a video talking about this on my. Now I hate that they took my last channel, man, because I had so many fucking gems in there. But I did a video talking about that where I showed messages between this woman and this man, and he was trying to convince her to spend money on him, and she said no. And she told him, "You're the man. You're the one who's supposed to be spending money. I would never spend my money on a man." This is what she was telling him. And then she told him, because he said, "So you wouldn't buy me a barbecue plate for $4.99? $4.99. She said no. And then he went on to say, "But I spent hundreds of dollars taking you out, and you wouldn't spend $5 on me?" She said no. Right? Now, do you think that she would say no to every man? No. There are some men she would spend money on like that. But she already identified that this guy is flexible. This guy has no standards. This guy has no boundaries. This guy has no parameters by which he operates by. This guy is the type of guy, he pedestalizes beauty, right? This type of guy, he pedestalizes sex. So all I gotta do is look cute and give him sex. Why would I spend money on him? Why would I campaign and audition? Why would I invest anything but the bare minimum? Because he never required anything else. He's easy. This is why a lot of times women say guys are easy. They'll say guys are easy because it's like, I don't have to do anything. I don't have to do anything. I can just chill and this guy will do everything. And I'm like, that's your fault. A lot of guys don't understand that's your fault, right? So hold on real quick. Okay, I'm about to get up out of here, but I want to make sure I get to y'all questions. I told y'all I was going to do my damnedest to get to all these motherfucking questions. I'm going to try to be a man of my word and accomplish that this fine evening. So D-Money says, would you go back to an ex that left you but realize she wants to come back in your life later? I would never, not in a relationship capacity. So I told you guys that every ex I've ever had, every single ex, all four of them, right? Because I've only had 4 serious relationships in my adult life. I'm talking about since I graduated high school, in my 20s on up until now. I only had 4. All 4 women said, and they said this during the relationship or the marriage. They said, hey, if for whatever reason we don't make it and we don't work out and we're no longer together, can I still have access to you sexually? Like, can we still have sex? Right? All 4 women said it, right? Now, 2 of the 4 years later, they basically hit me up on some, hey, you remember what we talked about? You remember that you said I can have that dick, right? If I still want it. I'm like, yeah, I remember that shit. Can I have it? Okay, cool. So with the 2 exes, we did set up situations where we fucked. But let me tell you something. My exes are not built to deal with me in that capacity. See, they thought they could, right? And what I mean by that is this. when I had sex with my exes, I literally treated it like fuck buddy situations. I didn't treat them like you was a woman I was in a relationship with. Yeah, exactly. I didn't treat them like you and I, once upon a time, we used to look lovingly into each other's eyes and say, I love you. I didn't treat them like that. Okay, there was no spending the night. There was no laying on my chest. I never had no conversations about our past relationship. I never brought any of that shit up. I literally treated it like some booty call shit. And they couldn't take it. So both of them, we had sex a couple of times. But, you know, they were on that, you know what, this reminds me of the time when and I'm like, man, I ain't trying to talk about all that shit. You know what I'm saying? Take your clothes off. Let's fuck. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to sit there and talk about and rehash a relationship that's dead and gone. No. This is just fucking, right? So, and they couldn't handle that, right? And so the reason why we stopped having sex was they couldn't handle it. Because my thing is, if you rekindle a flame with me, it's gonna be just fucking. It ain't no, we're gonna rekindle sharing meals together. We're gonna rekindle spending the night. We're gonna rekindle having a bunch of long walks and intimate talks. We ain't none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? So I'm purposely emotionally unavailable. Like I'm not doing that. And I'm gonna tell you what both women did, what both my exes did. Once they realized that, God damn, Carrie's kind of cold with it, right? Once they realized that I was that way, they both tried to do some slick shit. They both tried to, and one of them, well, both of them watch my channel. Both of them do, right? Actually, all my exes, with the exception of one. 3 out of 4 of my exes, they watch my shit. And they know I got a YouTube channel. They know all about that, right? But so they know, they're like, oh, why he talking about that shit, right? But what they both did, and they know what they did, right? I looked at them like they was crazy and shit. What they tried to do is they tried to offer me a date. They tried to offer me a date on some, hey, I got XYZ going on, or I got tickets to this. Why don't you come with me? And my thing was like, nope. I see what you're trying to do. Because you saw how I'm treating the sex on some fuck buddy shit. So now you're trying to get that non-sexual feeling. You know what I'm saying? You're trying to get me to give you some non-sexual attention by inviting me out to do this date with you. And the answer is no. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm not doing that shit with you, right? And then at that point, I realized that the rekindling of the sex has run its course because they want to introduce the emotions into it. And I'm like, I'm not doing that. I'm saying, you had your chance. When we was together, you had your chance to have all of me, right? You had it all. You had the romantic side of me, the loving, you had it all. You had all of that shit when we was together. Now that we're no longer together, I'm gonna treat you like I treat every other woman that I'm not in a relationship with. You're gonna get this dick. I mean, it's gonna be some good dick. You're gonna enjoy it, but the emotional aspect, you're not getting that. You know what I'm saying? And it's not to be mean. See, as a man, you're always managing your interactions with women. You always manage it, right? So the reason that when we met up, and the reason why I kept it strictly sexual, the primary reason is because that's all I wanted. I didn't want nothing else. I wasn't trying to get back with none of them, right? That's one reason. The other reason was based on some of the things that they were saying, they were looking forward to meeting up with me, not just for the sex, but for the nostalgia, the feeling of the closeness we used to share. And because of that, I was on guard. Like, I got to make sure that I don't let them get me into any discussions about our past dealings with each other in a relationship. So I don't need them getting all emotional with you. You know what I'm saying? And I don't need that shit, right? So that's why I kept it like I kept it, just to make sure. All right, so he says, how do you go about knowing the 3 things to make women sexually crave, fantasize you? The 3 things. What are you talking about? You got to be more specific. You know what I'm saying? Guys, real quick. Let me tell y'all this story real quick. Well, it's not really a story, but let me tell. Well, it is, but it isn't. So, some of you have heard me talk about this before. I personally know multiple women, right? And none of these women I've had sex with. I've never had sex with any of these women. These are women that I just know and I'm cool with, right? I'm not friends with them, but we cool. Like my homegirls and shit, right? So I know multiple women who have come to me and they told me straight up, Kerry, why can't guys catch a clue? Why can't guys just get it? I'm like, what do you mean? And both of them said, you know, I've met guys that I was sexually attracted to. And they offered me a date. Why would they offer me a date if they see that I'm sexually attracted to them? And I told them, I said, they probably don't know that you're sexually attracted to them. They probably don't know that. They probably don't know that you're ready to have sex. So both these women literally, after being offered dates, told guys, I don't want to do the date. I just want to fuck. Or how about we skip the date and I just meet you at your place, right? I said all that to say this. There are some instances where you guys are talking to women and they might be sexually attracted to you. You just don't know, right? You got to understand, when women are sexually attracted to you, not all women are going to make it obvious, right? Sometimes there are subtle clues, right? But what happens is when women are dealing with men that they think are the player type, or they think that he's the type of guy that probably gets a lot of women, or he's used to having sex with a lot of women, they're going to make an assumption that you're good at reading women. Okay, even if it's not accurate. They're gonna make an assumption, even if you're not even a player, but you just, there's something about you that comes across that, right? So they're going to assume that how they're interacting with you, that it's obvious they want to fuck, although it might not be obvious to you, right? And I said all that to say this. There are certain things you're doing where you're not even trying to be sexual. You're not trying to be anything. You're just chilling being yourself. But women are attracted to you. See, and this is why guys got to get out of the habit of trying to always think of fly shit to say. Sometimes just being a chill dude, calm, relaxed, super confident. There are women who you will encounter that will like you, that will like your own unique personality and charm, right? You just got to stop trying to get women to like you. That's where guys falter at, is guys, instead of just dealing with women and then fucking with the women who genuinely like them, guys spend too much time trying to convince women to like them because they're so attracted to the woman. Okay, and that's where guys fuck up at, right? That's where you either end up spending too much time around a woman who was never attracted to you to begin with, or this is where you deal with a woman who was actually attracted to you, but because you can't see it, you end up doing too much. Okay, this is why I tell you guys, over communication kills attraction. Because if a woman is already attracted to you and you had her at hello, less is more. You ain't got to do all of that talking. Asking women all these interviewing type questions, volunteering information that you don't need to do. You know what I'm saying? Because what happens is, you know, the intrigue, the curiosity, you kill all of that, right? Women, regardless of what women say, women don't want to know everything about a man right away, right? Some things they want to figure out just on some spontaneous shit, right? Some things they just want to figure out as they go along, right? Because they enjoy that what they do know about you, they like. What they do know about you, they are attracted to. And they understand that there's way more layers to you. There's a lot more to you than just meets the eye. What meets the eye. And then over time, they're gonna enjoy the journey of getting to know you. Right? So when you try to ask women all these fucking questions up front and you try to let them know too much about you right away, you're killing the joy of the journey. You're killing it. You know what I'm saying? That's how I feel about it. You're taking the fun out of it. Right? Y'all know the video I did where the guy was asking a woman, so tell me why I should date you. What do you got to offer me? Bro, the fun of it is finding things out along the way. The fun of it is being pleasantly surprised that, goddamn, I mean, I liked her. I knew she was cool, but damn, I didn't know she was this cool. All right. So now you're starting to think things about her that you didn't think. You was cool with just fucking her. But now that you're being around her a little bit more, now you're like, damn, I was cool with just the fuck buddy shit, but I really, really like her. She might be the type of girl I can introduce to my family one day, because you're finding out things about her organically and you're pleasantly surprised by it. And you are enjoying the fucking journey. See, this is how I look at it. When it comes to sex, I don't want to do the scenic route. I want the shortcut, right? When it comes to getting to know women outside of the bedroom and a woman getting to know me outside of the bedroom, I want to take the scenic route. The journey is sweeter because we're not rushing that shit. Let's take our time, right? Because what makes the relationship, if you have a relationship, what makes the relationship really, really go, I mean, sex is important, but what makes the relationship go is the non-sexual shit. It's when she's on her period and you still love being around her. It's when she's sick and she can't fuck and you're taking care of her and you love being around her. It's when she's had your baby and, you know, she can't have sex for a little while, but you love sharing that moment with the baby with her and you just love it, and you ain't really tripping about the sex and shit, right? Part of that is the scenic route you took of getting to know each other outside of the bedroom, right? But if you're dealing with a woman who's withholding sex, to me, she killed everything. You know what I'm saying? But that's how I look at it. That withholding the sex shit, I don't play that. I don't play that shit. So let me get to these questions right quick. So he says, okay, was there ever a time that you dealt with or entertained a woman that wasn't sexually attracted to you and you got her the long way, or no? Hell no. The one and only time I dealt with a woman for a long period of time and didn't fuck was when I was in high school. And you know, she was a virgin, right? She was a virgin. And I dealt with her, took her to prom and all of that shit, right? And now when I was in high school, I dealt with two different women who were virgins, right? Both of them say they were virgins. Now, when women tell me that they're virgins or practicing abstinence, I don't believe what women say, right? Never, right? But these two women, when they told me that they were virgins, I didn't believe them. But later on, they weren't lying. So the first woman I dealt with her. See, I think I met her during football season. So I met her probably around October, November. And when we finally got around to sex, I think it was probably April or May. But we never really had sex though, right? We tried, and it was too painful for her. You know, she was screaming bloody murder and crying and shit. So we never really had sex, right? Again, because she was a virgin, she wasn't lying, and because she was in so much pain and all of that, I stopped it. She didn't want to stop. I stopped, right? And I was like, nah. I'm like, you know what? Now, I said, hey, baby, go ahead and get up. Go ahead and get dressed. It's like, are you mad? Are you mad? We can keep trying. It hurts, but eventually I'll get used. I'm like, no. Because I can't. For me, a woman that's in pain like she was, I can't do that, right? I want women to enjoy me. I don't want a woman to be in pain and shit, right? So I'm like, nah, right? But I dealt with her for a while. Like her and I, we were in a relationship, right? Now, the other woman who was a virgin, I after my experience with the first chick who was a virgin, I was like, ain't no way in hell I'm waiting that long again. Ain't no way in hell I'm waiting that long. So with her, I think it was 2 weeks. I want to say it was about 2 weeks. But with her, I told her straight up, I'm not going to be in a relationship with you. I'm not going to date you. And the other woman, she wanted to lose her virginity because she wanted it to be special. Like most virgins, most chicks who are virgins, they think that shit at first. But once women start having sex, they no longer necessarily look at sex the way they used to before they had it, right? But my point is this. The second chick who was a virgin, she didn't look at her virginity like it was, oh, it's gotta be special, I gotta be in love. She didn't look at it that. In her mind, she was like, everybody else around me is having sex. I'm just ready. I just want to have sex already. I'm curious. I want to see what the fuss is about. So it just so happened that we were both mutually sexually attracted to each other. So her desire to want to have sex with me or to lose her virginity to me was strictly on the premise of, I'm sexually attracted to you. I want you to take it. It was strictly on that. It wasn't on some, oh, I got to have a bond with you or we got to be emotionally connected. This is why when guys talk about, oh, women got to have an emotional bond or connection. Bro, I had sex with a fucking virgin who, her and I, when we met, the first time that we met, we started talking about sex. The very first time. The first time that we met face to face, we started talking about sex. We had 2 phone conversations. In those 2 weeks, we had two phone conversations. Both times we talked about sex. I never took her out on no date. I never pretended to be her boyfriend. None of that shit. I know for a fact, women do not need no profound emotional bond or connection to have sex. Not even a fucking virgin, right? Now, can we assume that most virgins probably do want some type of connection or a bond? Yeah, because they've been told that. They've been conditioned to believe that sex is supposed to be special. But I just told you that for this particular version, she didn't view sex that way. So a lot of times, if a woman can overcome her societal conditioning, how she really views sex will come out. Like, I just want to have sex. Right? I'm ready. You got to remember, even women that are virgins get horny. A woman that's a virgin gets horny. A woman that's a virgin can still meet a man that she's sexually attracted to. But a lot of times, the reason why a virgin won't have sex with a man that she is sexually attracted to is because she's been socially conditioned to believe that sex is special, that guy doesn't want to be her boyfriend. So she'll say, I'm sexually attracted to him, but because he doesn't want to be in a relationship with me and he's seeing other women, I can't have sex with him. That's a lot of times, that's the only reason why a woman hasn't had sex. It's not because she is some fucking virtuous good girl. It's because she's just been conditioned to believe something, right? So, that's it is what it is. Okay. But again, when women start having sex, they realize that sex is not at all what they thought it was. Most women will tell you that they regret losing sex to the guy that they lost their virginity to. Okay, let me tell you why. Okay, let me tell you why some women regret the guy that they lost their virginity to. One, because the guy lied. right? They were led to believe that the guy really cared about him, the guy really didn't. That's part of the reason. Also, sometimes what happens is the guy sucks, right? See, a lot of guys think that when a virgin has sex, because she doesn't have nothing to compare it to, that she's automatically gonna like it. Bullshit. That's not true. That's not true at all. There's a lot of women, when they have sex for the first time, the very first guy they had sex with never made them climax. And then the second or the third guy they have sex with, that's the guy who fucks them good. And then oftentimes they'll be like, that's the guy I wish I would have lost my virginity to, because I actually enjoy fucking him. The other guy I had sex with first, it kind of sucked. I really didn't like it. But guys got to remember, even though a woman is a virgin, she has girlfriends that are having sex. So she hears all the stories of sex. She hears how good sex is. She hears that this guy is this size, that guy is that size. This guy made me squirt. This guy did this guy did that. So already she has a particular way she's expecting sex to be. Although she's never had it, because of what she's heard from her homegirls that are having sex. Okay, and virgins watch porn too. I told you guys a story when I was in middle school. When I think I was 14. We skipped school. It was a group of girls and a group of guys. And we were at somebody's house. And we were all watching porn together. It was a group of girls, multiple guys. We all at somebody's house watching porn and shit. Now, why that particular situation didn't lead to an orgy, I don't know. Now, at that point, I hadn't had sex yet. I think if I would have had sex at that time, I would have been more inclined to try and jumpstart something sexual. But because I hadn't had sex yet, and I really didn't understand shit, even I didn't know how to navigate that. But a group of chicks who were virgins, group of guys who hadn't had sex yet, watching porn together and shit. So even young teenage chicks who haven't had sex, they watch porn. So they see shit. Like, you don't think women fantasize about, damn, he making her scream. I want a guy to do that to me. Damn, look at what he doing to her. I want a guy to do that to me. So women already have these thoughts based on what they're hearing and sometimes what they're seeing. And when they have sex for the first time, they are expecting that. So if they don't get it, they're like, I wonder what it would be like to have sex with that guy. But you got to remember, once you start having sex, you become more in tune to your sexuality. Because now you begin to understand what you like, what you don't like. So your sexuality and how you view sex is going to automatically change once you start fucking. Right? This is why you will have some chicks, they'll lose their virginity, and because sex was so horrible, they won't have sex for years. After, I'm saying, like literally, you have a woman who loses her virginity maybe when she's 18. She might not have sex again until she's 21, right? It happens. Just like you'll have a woman who has sex when she's 16, right? And she'll just be having sex and she likes it so much, right? She likes it so much, right? Right? And now she wants to know how that guy is, right? Because she's sexually attracted to multiple men. I'm curious. How is he in bed? How is he in bed? And, my best friend had sex with that guy and she said he was like this in bed. I wonder, I got a story to prove that point. So when I was in high school, right? Me and one of my friends, he was seeing this one girl and I was seeing her friend. So it's basically like two homies seeing two homies. So we all skipped school, right? We all skipped school one day and we went to somebody's house. It was one of the girls' houses. I can't remember. I think it was his girlfriend's house or girl's house. We skipped school and we went to their house and we fucking. They in one room fucking. We in another room fucking. Somehow, some way, we all ended up in the same room, right? So we skipped school, right? They in one room fucking, we in one room fucking. We stop, we get something to eat or something like that. And then we start fucking again, but then we ended up, I think what happened was we were in a living room or something, and we ate something or something, and because they was on one couch, we was on one couch, and I think we just started making out, and instead of people going to separate rooms, people just started fucking right there, right? So boom, so he fucking her right there, I'm fucking her right there. So what ended up happening was the girl I was dealing with, we kind of fell off, right? We stopped dealing with each other. Okay, and let me tell you why. Let me tell you the biggest reason why we stopped dealing with each other. The very first time we had sex, which was that time, right? She wanted me to take a shower with her. And I said no. So when I tell y'all I don't be taking showers with chicks that I just met, I've been that way since I was a teenager. I told her, nah, you go ahead and get in first. I'll get in after you. And she felt some type of way about it. It really, really fucking bothered her that I wouldn't get into the shower with her, right? So what we had kind of fizzled out. So one day, I see her best friend, which was the girl that was with my homie and shit. I see her best friend. And she's no longer dealing with the homie and shit. So I see her best friend, and I started hitting on her best friend. Right? And before you know it, me and her best friend at enough said, right? Enough said, right? Enough said. Okay, I think that's it with the questions and shit. No, we got one right here. Hold on real quick. Okay. All right. Can you deeply explain flirting is meant to evoke emotional response out of a woman? Sexual attraction is emotional. Okay, and this is where guys get it twisted. Sexual attraction is emotional, but a woman does not have to have an emotional connection to fuck. Okay, let me say that shit again. I don't want guys to get it twisted. Sexual attraction is an emotion. And the reason why it's an emotion, because a woman's desire for you sexually is a feeling that she has. So if someone feels a certain way, that's an emotion. Anger is an emotion. Sadness is an emotion. Happiness is an emotion. Right? So if a woman tells a joke and makes me laugh, right? And I'm feeling happy in that moment because I'm laughing and I'm enjoying myself. I'm feeling an emotion. I don't have no emotional connection to her though, but I'm feeling an emotion. So when you're talking about flirting is meant to evoke an emotional response out of a woman, well, flirting is not always sexual. You got to remember, there's two sides of flirting. Playfully flirting and sexually flirting. Two sides of the same coin, two different things, right? I playfully flirt with women all the time. Damn near every day I leave my motherfucking house and I go out and I encounter women. I playfully, even women that I'm not attracted to, I playfully flirt all the time because it's in my nature to be a flirt, right? That's what I do, right? So, and what's so funny is, I was at the convenience store the other morning and there's an old lady. She's probably in her late 60s, 70s. And every time I go in there, I flirt with her, but not in a sexual way. I'm not attracted to her like that, right? So what I mean by flirt with her, I'll go in there and like, let's say she has her hair in a style that I hadn't seen it before. I might be like, you look good like that with your hair. How come you don't wear your hair like that more often? Like it really accentuates your face. You look very nice like that, right? Or I might say, you know what? You have such an inviting personality. Do y'all guys ever do employee of the month? Because you got my vote, right? That's me, that's flirting, right? But I'm not sexually flirting, right? So what I've noticed, right, is when I do that, like whether it's with women at the dry cleaners or the convenience store or the liquor store, I get free shit, right? When I went to the convenience store, I think I bought some fucking beef jerky and some coffee. And I think it was like $6 for a total. She's like, she whispered, hey, you know, because people are watching, I got to charge you something. $2. That's all I'm going to charge you, $2. Everything else is free, right? Or I might go to a liquor store and there's a chick that I always flirt with, playfully. I put the bottle on the counter. Well, when I was drinking, I'm not drinking now, but when I was, it's on the house. It's okay. You always brighten up my day when you come in here. Let me brighten up yours. Liquor on me. Or when I go to the dry cleaner, right? It might cost me $40 for all these clothes I got. The chick is like, you know what? I love your smile. I love talking to you. $15. I'm only gonna charge you $15 instead of $40, right? So now I'm not flirtatious with women to get shit for free. I'm just telling you that being flirty in many cases can have an impact on a woman's mood, right? So if you can impact a woman's mood, what are you impacting? You're impacting her emotions. When you can impact a woman's emotions, you can influence her to feel things. If you can influence a woman to feel things, you can influence a woman to act on those things that she's feeling. So when you say flirting is meant to evoke an emotional response out of a woman, sexual attraction is emotional, right? If you know how to flirt and you can get a woman to visualize what it would be like to experience you, to have sex with you, right? You can influence her to take those feelings that she's having sexually, and you can get her to act on it. You can get her to act on it, right? Even when you're dealing with a woman who's playing hard to get, right? A lot of times when women play hard to get, sometimes they want to have sex with you. They just like, I want to have sex with him. I don't want to make it that easy for him. I'm a just play with him a little bit, right? Right? And other times, women, they want to feel seduced, right? A lot of times, women want to feel like, girl, I wasn't even looking at him sexually, girl, but the way he was talking to me, girl, he got my panties dripping. So a lot of times, women like the feeling of being seduced. They like the feeling of your mouthpiece, you know what I'm saying, making them drop their panties and shit, right? So what I mean by that is this. I'll give you an example, right? If y'all remember, y'all remember my slogan, let's be hoes together, right? So for those of you who are unfamiliar with that slogan, let's be hoes together, right? So there would be times when I would meet women at clubs and shit, right? Bars, clubs, whatever, right? And this happened a couple of times. It wasn't just once. It was a handful of times, at least 2 or 3 times, I would say, that this has happened. That I remember, right? At least 2 or 3 times. Where I met a woman, we're talking, and I can tell she's feeling me, and I'm like, you know what? Why don't we get up out of here and go back to my spot? And the woman would say something along the lines of, I would love to leave with you. You got me thinking some thoughts. I would love to do that, but I don't want you to think bad of me, right? This is what women will say. I don't want you to think bad of me, right? I don't want you to think I'm a hoe. I've had women say that straight up. I don't want you to think I'm a hoe or I'm easy, right? Women will say this, right? So based on the interaction that I'm having with the woman, I know that she wants to have sex. I know she wants to, right? What she's doing, she's really wanting me to seduce her and speak to her in such a way where it alleviates her concern about being judged. This is why when I use the phrase appealing to a woman's feminine sensibilities, that's exactly what I mean. I know that some women who are sexually attracted to a man, they want to have sex, but they don't want you to think they're hoes or whatever. So they may fight the urge to fuck you now because they don't want you to think a certain way about it. Well, my thing is, I know you want to have sex, right? So I'm going to appeal to your feminine sensibilities. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say something to you, right? I'm going to verbalize something to you that's going to alleviate that concern. I see that you have a concern. I know you want to fuck. So let me help you get over that mental roadblock. There's a mental roadblock, and that's a fear of judgment. Let me help you exercise that demon, right? So what I would say to women when they would say, oh, I don't want you to think I'm a hoe, I don't want you to think bad of me, I would tell them, I would get real close to them, right? And this is also, you know, a very flirtatious way to do shit. I would get real close to them, right? I would put my hand on their cheek or under their chin, or I would press the side of their face or something right there. I would basically get into their space, right? Where they can feel my body heat, right? And I would say something along the lines of, girl, why would I think bad of you? You know, what kind of man would I be if I was gonna sit here and judge you for something that I'm partaking in? Why would I think bad of you? Right? If I think bad of you, I gotta think bad of myself. And as far as me thinking that you a hoe, no. Baby girl, look. If I think you're a hoe, that means I'm a hoe. I'm doing it too. Let's be hoes together. Right? So I would say that. I would literally say that. Let's be hoes together. Right? And they would laugh. They would laugh and they would giggle and shit. And then we would leave and go fuck. Right? So me literally saying, let's be hoes together, that's my unique humor, right? Because I'm trying to be funny, right? I'm being funny, right? But at the same time, I know that my words, I can see her body language or her demeanor or the energy shift. I can see literally an air of relaxation come over her. Like, almost like, now I can go get some dick and not worry about it. Now I can go enjoy some good dick from this guy, Kerry. And now I ain't got to be worried about what he might be thinking. Now I ain't got to be all up in my head as to what he's thinking. Because a lot of times when women have sex with you right away, what makes the sex horrible sometimes is the woman isn't mentally relaxed, right? And the reason why she isn't relaxed is because she's too much in her head about what you might be thinking about her. I hope that makes sense. Right? If it don't, I don't know what else to tell you, fam. All right, so Ground Film says, do men lose respect for women who, when crying on breakup? I cried in front of her, but I had to come back later for something I forgot yet. Did I lose all respect? Bro, I don't care what women say. Women do not respect men who cry over them after a breakup. Women do not respect them. You might hear women say, oh, that's so cute, that's so sweet. You can tell he's hurting. Oh, look at him, you can tell he cares. Until they are in that situation where a man is crying in front of them. They're, even if it's not a conscious thing, even if a woman wants to consciously believe, damn, he must really be hurt. Subconsciously, she gonna think you're a bitch. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, so this is what I would tell you. Even if you feel like you want to cry, which I don't really understand. I'm not making fun of you. I've never cried over no woman. I don't see why a man would. I don't give a fuck. We've been together for 10 years and shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't care if you got kids together. I don't care about none of that shit, right? I don't see why a man would. But if you feel that type of emotion where you're overcome, bro, if you gonna shed some tears, dog, you need to do that shit in private. Like, you literally, bro, you need to go to the. You ever see like a commercial or a skit where somebody goes to a car and the windows are rolled up and you don't hear them, but you can see that they're crying and they're beating on the steering wheel and shit, right? you might need to go do that. You might need to go get in your car, drive somewhere where nobody's around, and just do whatever you gonna do, bro. Get that shit out of your system. Now, again, I don't see why y'all would cry over these women. But let me tell y'all something. Okay, let me tell you what. Because I've had women tell me, "Oh, you got ice in your veins. You're cold. You're mean. You don't know how to love. You've never loved me. Look at how you're being. You're not fighting for us," and all this goofy shit. And my thing is this. This is how I look at it. If you're threatening me with a breakup or a divorce, or if you're giving me an ultimatum that if I don't do this or whatever, that you're gonna leave. If you're doing all of that, what that means is that I no longer have the ability to influence you on my terms. I've lost the ability to influence you on my terms. The fact that you're giving me an ultimatum or you're threatening me with a breakup, what you're doing is you're wanting to negotiate or renegotiate terms and conditions, right? Because I always deal with women on my terms. So if you're threatening to leave me or break up with me, what that tells me is that you're tired of dealing with me on my terms. And now you want to renegotiate terms and conditions where you can interject your agenda. Now you're telling me, well, I want this now, or I want you to do this, or I'm leaving. My thing is, once a woman does that, any desire I had to be with her automatically goes away. Automatically goes away. I don't care if we had a wonderful 5 years. That 10-minute conversation killed that 5 years. I don't give a fuck how good shit's been for 5 years. If the last 6 months have been tumultuous or a bunch of bullshit, all I focus and fixate on is what's happening now. Right now, the way she's behaving, I don't want her. Even if she's the one initiating the breakup or the divorce, I don't want her either, right? She might be the one initiating it, or she might be the one with the threat, but it's mutual now. Okay? Even if it wasn't mutual before, it's mutual now because she's hitting me with this. I don't like ultimatums. I can't. So to me, that's why I can't cry over a chick. Because here's the thing. I want guys to think about something. If a woman wants to leave you, or she's breaking up with you, why? Did you do so? Now, I would say this. If you got yourself a great woman, she's down for you, she got your back, she's loyal as hell, she's submissive, she don't give you no trouble, she's a ride or die type chick, and you fuck her over, you cheat on her, you mentally, emotionally, verbally, or physically abuse her, you just do her dirty, right? You do her bad, right? And then you fuck up their relationship and she wants to leave you. That's the only time I can really see a man feeling like on some hindsight 2020 shit, where a man feels like, man, I fucked up a good thing, man. I had me, dog. Damn, man, I had me. But I don't know if I'm ever gonna find. I don't think I'm ever gonna find a situation where I got it as good as I got it with her, and I fucked that shit up. I can see a guy feeling some type of way about that. I mean, I don't think it should move you to tears, but I can see where you might get a little misty-eyed. Like, I can't believe I fucked this up. But if you're dealing with a woman who treating you like shit, bro, and she disrespectful, she talking shit to you and shit, why in the fuck would you cry over that? It's like, good riddance. But see, a lot of times, you guys, women too, you have unhealthy attachments to people. You don't like being alone. So you're not necessarily crying over that person, you're crying over the change that your life is going to undertake, right? Because you're so attached to that person and your identity has been formed because, oh, I'm Sarah's boyfriend. Oh, I have a girlfriend. This is my life. My life is built around Sarah, right? So your tears are oftentimes is that. It's, damn, all the fun shit we used to do, all the double dates we went on. And a lot of times dudes are embarrassed too. Dudes are embarrassed. Like, damn, now all my friends, they still got their wives and girlfriends. So when we do all the couples dating, I'm gonna be the only motherfucker there without a bitch. So a lot of times it's ego. It's ego. Like, check this out. This is funny, right? So I'm part of a social circle. It's like 5 guys, right? And everybody was either married or in a long-term relationship, right? Now, everybody in that social circle is divorced, or they're no longer with the girl. I remember one time we got a party bus, right? We got with the pole, with the TV. We got a big ass party bus. So all the guys and all the women in this social circle, we all got on this party bus, and it was just couples, and we went bar hopping, right? And we on this party bus, we drinking, kicking it, we are having fun, right? And then one by one, every couple that was on that party bus started divorcing. And it happened almost at the same time. I would say everybody got divorced or broke up within a 2-year period. And I remember me and a couple of my partners from that social circle, we were talking recently, and we were laughing at that shit. We were like, first he got divorced, then it was me, now it's you, and then him, right? And we were just laughing at that shit, right? And what's so funny is my ex-wife, one of her real good friends is the ex-wife of one of my good friends, right? So it's funny. It's funny. It's just like a lot of us had real friendships, right? You know what I'm saying? Outside of the women, right? So it's just funny how that worked out, right? But a lot of times when a divorce or breakup happens, it's your life changes, right? The things you used to do, you're probably no longer going to do. So it's really you making an adjustment with how you move. So a lot of time when dudes get emotional, it's adapting to a lifestyle change, right? But what you really should be looking at it as, this is a new chapter of my life. Here's a chance for me to reinvent myself, right? So let's say the relationship ended and you were able to look at it, and you can actually see where you went wrong within a relationship. You can see maybe you were inconsistent, maybe you did the woman dirty, or maybe you dealt with disrespect too long, or whatever. Once you can see your role in the demise of that marriage or relationship, now you can take corrective action and you can reinvent yourself, go back out there on the dating scene and not be the same guy, right? And if guys looked at it that way, women too, if people looked at it that way, they would actually enjoy dating again, because they would have a newfound perspective and view of how to attack dating. Like, no, before I was like this and it appeared to work out in my favor, but in the long run, it really didn't. Maybe I need to make some minor adjustments to the way that I think. Maybe that'll help me. Something to think about. So he says, can you explain the sex rhythm undertone of making the first move? Bro, you keep asking the same question like 5 different ways. You know what I'm saying? So, but let me read this question anyway, right? Y'all lucky. If I was on here with anybody, if I had somebody else on here that I was doing this joint with, some of these questions I wouldn't even be answering. You know what I'm saying? We'll skip right on over your shit, right? Because you can't, bro. I said so much shit right now, but it's been almost 4 hours. In 4 hours, I've answered your question 5 times over and shit. Right? Can you explain the sex rhythm undertone of making a first move during foreplay and before sex with women who are sexually complying and sexually attracted to you? Bro, if a woman is sexually attracted to you, you don't need to do anything but set it up. Once you realize a woman is feeling you sexually, you don't need to say no extra shit. All you got to do is, hey, let's get out of here. Let's go back to my spot. That's it. Once you realize a woman is sexually attracted to you, I got another story. Let me tell this story. Nah. I got to eat my fucking sweet tarts and shit. Hold on, give me a second. I got another fucking story. Illustrate my point, game-wise. Got another fucking story. God damn it. Hold on, give me a second. God damn it. All right, hold on. All right. So I was in a club one night, dolo, by my lonesome. And there was this very voluptuous, thick Latina babe dancing by herself, right? Okay, some of you have heard this story before, right? She's dancing by herself. She has on a very form-fitting spaghetti strap. The material was, I can't think of the material. Think of, I don't know, I can't think of the material. But regardless of that, maybe it was like rayon or some shit, right? But spaghetti strap, very form-fitting. She's dancing by herself. Her back is turned towards me, right? So, and I'm giving you game on how to pull chicks out of clubs too. Because I hear guys all the time say, it's hard to pull women out of clubs. No, it's not. No, it's not. Most of my one-night stands came from nightclubs. Yeah, the same nightclubs with the loud-ass music. Most of my one-night stands, the threesome I told you guys about, came from a nightclub, right? The reason, here, let me say this before I tell this story. The reason why a lot of guys have trouble pulling women out of clubs is because you spend too much time walking around. Okay, you spend too much time standing up on a wall and shit. You spend too much time in your little male group, right? When you walk up in the club, okay, what I would always do, I would walk around. This was my method. I would walk into a club before I even went to the bar. I would go all around the club, and all I'm doing is identifying where all the women that I think are attractive, right? I'm just looking. And what I noticed when I would do that is there would be certain women that would go out of their way to make it be known that, hey, I see you, right? So I'm not in a hurry. I'm like, all right, I see you. I saw her. I see her. Cool. Now let me go to the bar. Go to the bar, right? I'm gonna grab me a drink, and then I'm gonna make my rounds for a second time. And as I'm coming upon the women that I've identified, I'm gonna hit on every last one of them. I don't care if it's 5 chicks. I'm gonna talk to all of them, right? Now, here is the thing. One of the best ways to pull chicks out of nightclubs. This is just based on my own personal experiences. You can take it with a grain of salt. Take it or leave it. What worked for me was that freak dancing shit. That dirty dancing, that nasty, people look like they fucking on the floor. That's what I would do. That's what I would do, right? So let me go back to the story. So this lady, she's dancing by herself, got her back to me. So I go up behind her, right? Put the joint in the crack of her ass, basically. Dancing with her. So she looks back, basically to see who the fuck is behind her. So she sees me, then she do a double take. She looks at me again. And then she started throwing it back. Because at first she was kind of like pausing, like, who the fuck is this? And I guess she looked at me twice, and I guess she was cool with what she saw. So then she started getting more into the dance, and she started throwing it back. So in the course of her throwing it back, and her grinding all on my shit, I'm whispering to her. I'm all in her ear. I got my chin right here on the back of her neck. My nose is damn near touching her ear. I'm talking to her. Right while she does, I'm like, I know you feel that. I know you feel that, girl. Right? I know you feel that. Right? She's throwing it back, rubbing it, letting me know, yeah, I feel that shit, right? So eventually, I kick it up a notch. Right? So now I put my hands on her thighs. Right? I got my hand on the side of her thighs. Right? All I'm doing is saying how receptive she is to me touching her. Right? Women who typically aren't sexually attracted to you don't like you touching them. Right? Now, just because a woman will let you touch her thigh while you're dancing with her doesn't mean you're gonna fuck either. But I know that women who typically aren't sexually attracted to you and don't view you that way, they typically don't like you touching them, right? So I put my hand on the outside of her thigh. She don't move it. So then I creep my hand to the front of her thigh. She don't move it. So then I creep my hand to the inside of her thigh. She don't move it. So then I start creeping my hand up the inside of her thigh. Up, 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 right? And as freaky as I am a sanitary Negro. As freaky as I am a sanitary Negro, right? So I'm creeping, and I'm pretty close to something. You know what I'm saying? Use your imagination. I'm real close. I can probably touch it with my finger, right? But I don't want to do that. Why? Because she been dancing. She probably sweating. I'm not putting my hands on that shit, right? All right. Again, as nasty and freaky as I am, I'm a sanitary brother, right? So I got my hand literally right under that region of her, right? So eventually I feel some moisture, a little bit of moisture, matriculate down my fingertips. And I tell her, I was like, you nasty. I know you ain't sweating on me, right? Here I am again, just being myself. You girl, you nasty. I know you're not sweating on me. Well, I think I said that, or, so you just gonna sweat on my fingers like that? I said something like that. And she said, that's not sweat, right? Now, where I'm going, game-wise, she said, that's not sweat, right? So what do you think it was, right? So when she said, that's not sweat, I said, you ain't got no drawers on? She was like, nope. So when she said, that's not sweat, and she ain't got no drawers on, I was like, all right. So I stopped dancing, and I said, I think it's time for me to take you home. You ready to go? Right? That's all I needed. It ain't sweat. And I asked her, you got drawers on? Nope. All right. Time for me to take you home. So she tells me, she basically says, I'm not opposed to you and I getting together and having sex, but it ain't gonna happen tonight, right? She basically told me she basically said, I'm not leaving with you, right? But she didn't say no to sex. She just said, no, I'm not leaving with you tonight, though. So I said, cool, that's what's up. So I said, let's do this. I'm gonna give you my phone number, okay? When you're ready to continue what we started in private, hit me up and let me know, right? So long story short, we eventually had sex, right? We did have sex the very next day, actually, right? The very next day. But my point is this, right? Your question is, can you explain sex rhythm undertone of making the first move, foreplay, and for sex with a woman, sexuality, compliant, da, 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 da. Sometimes you have to have the ability to read the room, right? You have to have astute observation. You have to have the ability to pay attention to what's going on, right? So me, I'm always paying attention. When it comes to women, I pay attention to every little mannerism. Every mannerism. Zach, what do you mean? Let's go back to when I went up behind her and started dancing with her from behind. Right? I've done that dozens and dozens of times with women. Sometimes women will turn around, like on some, I don't want you on my ass. They'll just kind of back away, but they'll still dance, but they won't let me be behind them. Right? I've had that happen. Right? I've had women look at me and walk away. Right? I've had that happen. I've had women throw it back on me. And when I try to make something happen, they ain't with it, right? And I've had women throw it back on me, right? And we get to get more freaky on the dance floor, and they are with it, right? Right? So through all of that, right, there's a certain pattern of behavior that I've noticed where I can tell it's more than likely I think I can take her home, where it's probably not gonna happen, right? I can kind of tell, right? So when she looked at me twice, when she did the double take twice, right? At the bare minimum, I knew she liked what she saw. I knew that much, right? I knew that much, right? Now, that didn't mean that she wanted to have sex, but I knew she liked what she saw, right? Which is why she did the double take, and why, once she got a good look at me, why she started throwing it back even harder. Because at first she was hesitant until she saw me. But when she started throwing back, I'm like, all right. So at least I know she's attracted to me. Now, again, that doesn't mean she wants to have sex. Just because she's visually attracted to me, that doesn't mean she wants to have sex. So let me start doing some things on this dance floor to get her to reveal where her mind is at. Hence, the creeping of the hand from the side of the thigh to the front to the inside. So as I'm doing that, and I'm seeing she's not stopping it, then that's when it hits me. She wants this to happen. She's cool with it happening. Right? She's revealing to me, even though she's not telling me she's down to have sex, she's revealing to me, based on what she's allowing me to do, that she's at least pondered it. Which is why I said what I said about, about the whole, you sweating on me, and she said that ain't sweat. And the whole thing about, oh, you ain't got on no drawers, huh? She's like, nope, right? And she said it like she was proud of that shit, right? So just that little interaction, I already know she down to fuck, right? So now that I know that she's thought about sex and that she's pondered the possibility of me and her fucking, now that I know that that's on her mind, okay, let's make it happen now. Okay, all right, no one is half the battle. Now that I know what I need to know, let me put that knowledge into action. Let me try and get her home, or let me try to get her up out the spot, right? She wasn't with it. Cool, she has a right to say no. I'm not mad at that, right? But because I know that she's interested, I'm not pressed. Okay, she said no, she ain't trying to leave tonight. Cool, take my number. Hit me up when you're ready to make it happen. And it happened, right? Now, if her and I never would have had sex, cool, I wouldn't have been mad at that, right? Because women can change their mind. A woman can be sexually attracted to you one night, and then a week later, lose any desire to want to fuck you, right? But women, they change like the weather. Just like that, right? Okay, so I think that's it with the questions. All right, guys, I'm about to get up out of here, man. It's late as hell. I was literally going to be on here for like an hour and shit. But when I get diarrhea of the mouth, man, and I get to talking about the shit I be talking about, this is my passion. I like talking about this type of shit. This is my passion. I like helping you guys, believe it or not. I might talk shit about how some of you men behave, but I actually like putting my personal experiences and my knowledge and imparting my wisdom. I like putting that in the universe, right? Because I know for a fact there are going to be some guys that get something from it. Not all of you will get something from it. Not every guy is going to even agree or even relate to some of the shit I said. And that's fine. That's cool, right? But for the ones that do, hey, take what you can take from it, use what you can use, and throw the rest out. There's going to be some things I say where you feel like, I ain't listening to none of that shit he just said. But when he talk about that shit over there, I can relate to what he said with that. But that other shit he said, nah, I can't relate to that, right? So take what you can use and discard the rest, right? With any advice in life, it's the same thing. There's always going to be people who give you advice where they say a bunch of shit that you can't utilize, and then they say some other shit that you're like, all right, I can use that. All right, I can benefit from that gem he dropped, right? So use what you can use, throw aside the rest. Hey, like, share, subscribe. It helps with the algorithm. Help me get my count up. Help me get them numbers up. You know what I'm saying? So that way I can reach a broader audience, right? Because there are some dudes that can actually be helped by some shit I said. There are some dudes that are depressed right now that can be helped by some of the shit I said. Now, some of the other shit, I talk shit sometimes, right? Some of the other shit, maybe not so much. But there is at least one sentence that I uttered tonight that some man somewhere, he can utilize. It's going to help him be able to flip that switch like I did when I was a kid. Zoramina, Renee P, ladies in the house. If there was any other women in the house and I missed you, hey, my bad. You was a little too quiet. You know what I'm saying? Announce yourself. You know what I'm saying? I'll make sure I always show women love and shit because I appreciate women, right? I appreciate women. And you know women. See, women know when guys, even though women might not necessarily agree with everything I say, they know when guys are saying some real shit. Because I'm gonna tell you, women are not gonna come and listen to a bunch of gibberish and also be supportive of your shit if you don't know what you're talking about to one degree, right? Double K with the 1999, appreciate you. I see Gail, Domina, Renee P, all the moderators. I appreciate y'all. Everyone who asked the question, I hope I was able to assist y'all. I know I gave some of y'all more than what y'all was bargaining for and shit, with my answer. So hopefully that helps y'all. Alejandro, thank you, sir. I appreciate y'all, and I appreciate y'all. Take y'all asses to bed, okay? And Mina and Renee, y'all should have a man over there right now. Y'all should have been put to bed. Y'all should be tuckered. Y'all should be curled up in a fetal position, snoring right now. You know what I'm saying? But it's all good though. Like the video. I'm out. Peace. Tomorrow, 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. Me and Steve with the Sex Talk Show. I'm gonna get at y'all. Peace, 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 peace.